All right. Well, hello, everyone. There's a lot of work going into this. I didn't know you have seen the report, so some of this will be redundant for you. But Maggie Hollerud is really leading this with 4 field crews out right now. And it's following up on work that Marie Tosa also did for her PhD, trying to do high throughput biodiversity surveys. So by high throughput, I mean, we're trying to sample a lot of taxa across landscape scales, which hasn't been possible for that long, but between applying AI to bioacoustics and molecular methods, we're now able to survey lots of species. And then Matt Betts is the other principal investigator who's been working a lot with us on this project. And the overarching idea for a grant we received to fund this was about how to best balance wood production and biodiversity. So if you're trying to get out a particular production target, does it make sense to leave land in reserve and intensively manage the remaining forest, or manage a larger amount of land as extensive forestry like thins, some wildlife friendly type forestry, and what mix really makes the most sense? And really, to start with, we need to understand how biodiversity scales or depends on forest management, which you'd think we would know, but even just the biodiversity value of old growth forest, it isn't really well understood. So these are just some photos from Elliott State Forest, some of the younger stands, and you can see they have similar characteristics as the canopy closes and the understory darkens. And some of the stands that become middle-aged and older get different characteristics that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And the general idea at each of our study sites is to use camera traps for mostly mammals and some birds, bioacoustic recorders for mostly birds and some vocal mammals like chipmunks, for example, Douglas squirrels. And then we have this array of pitfall traps that catches things like beetles, millipedes, ground-dwelling invertebrates, malaise traps for flying invertebrates. And then we didn't do this last year, but this year we're doing soil cores that we'll use to identify fungi across the landscape, blue vein traps for pollinators, and then each site also gets vegetation surveys. And this year we also implemented salamander surveys across, those are complete now, across 240 sites. You guys can stop me anytime if there's any questions. And one reason this is possible is that rather than relying exclusively on taxonomic specialists that would really probably need a lepidopterist, someone to identify all the diptera, the flies, we can extract DNA from bulk samples of invertebrates and then use their DNA barcodes to identify species. And the general idea is we're looking for regions that are flanked on 2 sides with a highly conserved region, meaning that all taxa of interest will amplify on the forward and reverse side. And then this sequence in between tells us something about the species. So here are 3 identical species that share identical sequences. And then we can identify other sequences based on this variable region, other species based on the variable region in between. And we then compare these sequences to a database, a repository like the Barcode of Life or all of GenBank to taxonomically assign sequences. Another major technological innovation is setting bioacoustic recorders, turning these wave files of audio into spectrograms, and then using artificial intelligence to classify those wave files. So this is just an example of what that looks like, with different bird songs producing different signals in the frequency domain here. So last year we did what I would call a pilot study at 56 sites across stand age. And I'm not going to present analyses today because the design isn't totally balanced and we still have vetting to do. So I don't want it to look definitive, but I want to present some of the preliminary results we have so far. And this is the 2023 survey design. So this is 240 sites, each of these black dots. And this year we'll be covering the whole Elliott, including the far western end, which looks like it has some interesting different vegetation types, and maybe even the possibility to find things like marten on that far west side. So the general idea is we want to survey whole suites of biodiversity and relate them to landscape variables, either with things like LIDAR or hyperspectral imaging, and better understand what species occur on the Elliott, where they occur, and what vegetation types are associated with unique or irreplaceable subsets of that biodiversity. And so I thought, since this was a lunch meeting, it might be fun just to do something like look through photos. So these are some of the things we've been seeing on camera traps. Western spotted skunks, which are near and dear to my heart, are really common at baited stations. Obviously, cougars occur on the Elliott regularly. Flying squirrels, Townsend's chipmunks, brush rabbits, Steller's jays. Really a lot of bobcats were detected. You see this short-tailed weasel here coming up to the baited, to the can. We typically use cans of cat food for our bait. Grouse and deer. We think we're seeing bushy-tailed wood rats. Pretty sure that's correct. Mountain beaver. Quite a lot of species we've been detecting, and I'll present a summary in a second here. Even owls come down sometimes. And so in the first year, we combined both baited and trail cameras. This year with 240 sites, we didn't have enough cameras to do both, so we're just using baited sets. And it looks like from these data that should work pretty well. There weren't too many things that are seen exclusively on trails, but quite a lot of things were detected on these camera traps. And I'll draw your attention to bobcats being quite common here on both baited and camera sets, which is interesting for us because they're a key predator of marten, and we've been interested in marten for other projects. Give you just a second to look through this. So we can look at it. So I'm showing you just naive occupancy, which is the proportion of sites where a species is detected. This is a detection rate. So how often do we see these species on camera? Some of the small things are detected quite commonly, like voles, shrews, mice, Townsend's chipmunk, Douglas squirrel. Elk, pretty common across different stand ages. Spotted skunks, extremely common. They come readily to bait, as do black bear, bobcat as well. And then quite a few things that we see uncommonly. In the pilot season, we had a relatively brief camera survey window. This year we'll have a much longer window of monitoring, so I expect we'll have higher naive occupancy and detect more species. So far, we have not detected fisher or marten on camera. These are from some other sites in Oregon, in Southern Oregon for fisher, and from the Oregon dunes for these martens. But it's not outside the realm of possibility that we might detect a marten. We'll see what happens this year. So I thought some of the species people would most be interested in are, well, marble murrelets. So these are detections we've had of them. It's still unclear how we should be interpreting marble murrelet detections with bioacoustics, because there's different types of flight, different types of calls, and we might want to use something a little bit more restrictive to think about nesting sites that are of interest, but this is what we've been finding so far. And our recorders are in the bottom right here, these wildlife acoustics recorders. We had a few spotted owl detections. The southern ones are from callback surveys, probably on adjacent land. There's a signal in the callback survey that makes them easier to filter out. But it looks like there's at least one spotted owl detection in the center of the Elliott, which is interesting. And we'll see this year if we get any others. Barred owls were really commonly detected. So you can see that here. This is, again, naive occupancy. So the percent of sites that a species is detected, and so barred owls are down here. Can you all see my cursor? I'll assume so, but holler if you can. So barred owls were detected at all sites, screech owls at all sites, pileated woodpeckers. So quite a lot of things were really readily detected, including some mammals like chipmunks and Douglas squirrel. And this is again going from naive occupancy to some metric of activity. So this is how often they were detected. So Steller's jays were the most commonly detected thing, wren tits, chipmunks, and so on. So a pretty high diversity of things. Some of them are calling really commonly. Barred owls, again, are quite common on these recorders. And so we have ultrasonic recorders out as well at a subset of sites. We had fewer early seral sites in this list. A few of these bats are listed under the Oregon conservation strategy, but I think we're doing a pretty good job of detecting and discriminating bat species. And the list of vertebrates adds up really quickly when you go from cameras to songbird bioacoustics to bat ultrasonic bioacoustics. So we're getting a pretty comprehensive list, I think. So the 2023 surveys were funded in large part by this USDA AFRI grant that was led by Matt. So a little bit about what's going on now. So Maggie has 4 field crews. They've finished the amphibian surveys. They've set almost all the cameras, and they're going to be moving to the invertebrate surveys in a minute here. I think it'll take us about a year to get through all the data post-processing. So we'll probably start producing reports and other publications in 2025. So expect to hear more from us. That didn't quite take us 15 minutes, but I think it gives you an overview of the kinds of things we've been seeing and our overall plan. So maybe I'll leave time for questions and leave us on this slide with our setups at each of these 240 sites.
Great, thank you, Tal. Any questions? We've got time for a couple. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, I was just curious about 2 of your sightings. One was the wolf calls.
Yeah, I should have highlighted that. We put a star next to it because the neural network for wolves isn't well trained yet. And so we know that a lot of low guttural type sounds are falsely classified as wolf. None of them, nothing that's been listened to has been a wolf howl. So we're still not at the stage where everything has been vetted with someone listening to every putative call. So yeah, we don't think we actually have wolves there. I mean, there's probably a number of identifications that will be sort of I can't think of the word, but that the taxonomy will have to be modified on or will be removed once things are vetted by a technician.
The other question I have is on Mexican free-tailed bats, which is your most common species. And it's that really the main here. I'm curious that was coming out most frequently.
I'm having a little trouble hearing, but I think you were saying you were talking about Mexican free-tailed bats being common.
Yes.
Well, being at the northern edge of their range. Really part of it now.
Yeah, I really don't know very much about the range of Mexican free-tailed bats or how much we should be expecting to find them. But this would be a good opportunity to think through what species might be misclassified. But we're not doing the bat identification ourselves. That's based on pre-existing software. And it's a little harder to just have a technician listen to them. So we're relying on some level of trust of existing bat ultrasonic call identification.
Thank you.
I have one question. How many cougar sightings and what does that translate into estimated number of cats in the forest?
Yeah, we don't have estimates at the moment. We would love to do a scat detection survey, scat detection dog survey of the Elliott and estimate population density of things like cougars, bobcats, really carnivores in general. That might be something we can get going in the future. But this, if we go down here, this gives you a sense of naive occupancy, which is just the proportion of sites where we saw a cougar. Not that common, but again, it was a pretty brief camera trapping window in the pilot season. I couldn't tell you anything about abundance with just that though.
Thank you.
Yeah, here it is from just detections per site hour.
Can you, do you have any information on riparian? Can you differentiate any of your talk, any about, kind of riparian values for these species?
Do you mean, were we surveying specifically in riparian areas?
Sure.
No, we didn't allocate anything specifically in riparian areas as one of the strata. But one of the things I'd like to do, hopefully even this season, is collect water samples from a lot of from streams nearest to many of our sites and use a similar molecular method, environmental DNA metabarcoding, to identify stream vertebrates, especially, so fishes and amphibians.
And there's more surveys in riparian areas planned for the baseline surveys that this is a part of. So that's part of the startup and the early years of monitoring for the forest too.
Mm-hmm.
That's being planned.
General question about the diversity, all these species, and probably by age class, there's differences, but in general, from one side of the Elliott to the other, is there a lot of difference within the same age class of what's there?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you that already, but we've just gotten to the phase of classifying what's in the photos in the bioacoustic recorders, but we haven't yet done any analysis, even at the stage of spatial variability. But the plan is that we're going to end up doing something pretty rigorous relating biodiversity to space itself. So we'll be able to tell things like that. And our LiDAR data from the Elliott, stand age. So we'll be able to link individual species to those characteristics and do community analysis that also links sort of components of biodiversity to landscape variables. Definitely for some things, we're likely to see variability even within the same stand age class, just based on the coastal to inland gradient. I expect invertebrates especially that will be the case, probably less so for most of the vertebrates.
Any other, we may have time for one more question, otherwise we should probably wait.
Well, I'll throw in one more question then. Do you know if the HCP required monitoring, will any of your work be able, or kind of methodology, kind of part of that process too? So will that be useful to kind of build on your data sets, I guess is what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might be a better question for Shannon. I'm not super familiar with the mechanics of the HCP and what the requirements are.
Yeah, Brett, if there's anything specific that you want to add on the HCP, that would be a good time. I can speak from the FMP, which is forming the foundation for a lot of the monitoring happening in the HCP. There's additional commitments in the HCP beyond the monitoring that's happening as part of the research design. But the work that Tal and Maggie and Matt Betts and Marie have done to set up this pilot study, and then the work that they're doing this year under the AFRI grant, is going into the forest management plan. So there's a whole monitoring chapter, and their study design and some of the things that they have learned through the pilot study for last year is being used to draft the FMP.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Let's add that just in general, it's a pretty intensive survey effort. So I don't think you'd want to go as big as we're going this year very often. But it's the kind of thing you could do on a every 5 or 10 year scale and take the pulse of the forest. I'm most interested to see what the interannual variability looks like for invertebrates. Because even within a season, there's a lot of variability based on their phenology. But most of the diversity is bound up in those things. And it's been pretty uncommon to do landscape scale invertebrate surveys like this. So that'll be pretty interesting.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Tom. Exciting to see how it works, and we'll look forward to the next iteration.
Yeah, hopefully next time you see us, we'll have results and analyses, and at 240 sites, it'll be probably one of the largest biodiversity data sets ever collected, really, across all these taxa. So
Great.
yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks for
Bye.
joining us. Okay, Andrew Merschel will be joining us next, and he just ran to get something to help him get set up, but he is going to be talking about some of the fire history and disturbance history work that he's been doing on the Elliott. So we'll give him a couple minutes. If you need to get up and get any more food or something to drink, now would be a great time. Okay, we're gonna get started again. We've got about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna turn it over to Andrew Merschel to introduce himself and
All right.
talk about his work.
If you start, they'll listen.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew. Let me see if this thing will advance. So I'm a dendroecologist, and my job is to understand how forests develop over time and how disturbances processes influence that development. And so what I'm showing here is sort of the traditional model of how we get old growth in Douglas fir forest in the Pacific Northwest. The theory is that most of the time it starts with standard placing fire. You get an initial cohort of Douglas fir sort of in a dense stand. And over time, trees compete with each other, insects and disease start eating up the weaker Douglas fir, and you form these gaps. These gaps that come on, cedar and other trees come in. This process proceeds for hundreds of years, and then eventually you have a multi-aged and multi-layered full growth forest. So this is one development model that's out there, but I think if you talk to most people, they'd say that it hardly ever goes that way. That's hardly ever how we get to old growth. And so on the Elliott and other places in the Western Cascades, our tree ring lab has basically been asking the question, where do our oldest cohorts of Douglas fir come through from? The younger age classes, our snags, our logs, and then our gaps that we have new regeneration coming up into. And so we're learning about these, how these stands develop from fire scars on dead trees, stump snags and logs, and then pouring the live trees. So today I'm going to talk to you guys about our fire and forest development history on the Elliott State Forest. So we had the opportunity to do this through the college. And our goal is to come up with 16 records of fire history occurrence inside the Elliott and surrounding lands, so we can see how fire was moving into the Elliott. And then at a finer scale, we have development history sites on a grid within the Elliott, so we can learn about how forests developed historically. It's a really interesting place to do this research because it's a hotbed of marble granite activity. So it helps us start to think about, well, how did that habitat for that species come about historically, and what role did disturbances play? So this is just some shots of what the work looks like at each one of our fire history development sites. We're going and removing cross sections from fire scarred trees. We typically sample somewhere between 15 to 20 per site. It's sort of extreme on the Elliott because our old growth trees are often 6 to 8 feet there. So we're really taking some huge chunks of wood out to develop these histories. One really important aspect of this work that needs to be known is that we're cross-cities. And that means we're using the climactic signature that's represented in tree rings to make sure we're dating every single ring in our samples to the exact year. This hasn't been done in Douglas fir forests in the Western Cascades or the Coast Range before, because everybody thought, well, it's just infrequent high severity fire. You don't have a lot of intermediate fires, so why go through the trouble of dating forests that rarely burn and rarely have multiple age classes? So this is the first time we're doing this. And just as an example there, you can see a very skinny ring in the year 1757, and that's going to be expressed across all trees in the Pacific Northwest. So this pattern of really thin rings and droughts and fat rings in cool wet years is laying down a barcode in every tree we sample. So we can take a sample out of something that's been dead for a few hundred years and date the establishment date of that tree and the fire scars to their exact year. So just the last bit of background here. This is a fire scar in 1659 on a Douglas fir. And we're very confident that what we're reconstructing here are fire scars for several reasons. So trees have all sorts of injuries. Trees hit each other, tree on tree violence, animals damage trees, insects damage trees, and they all leave a different type of injury. A fire scar is distinct in that it's a very, very clean wound. So what happens is a fire burns across the base of the tree. It doesn't physically burn the wood. It transmits heat through the bark. The heat kills the candia along one line of cells. So if you look at that under a microscope, it's actually a very clean wound. It doesn't go across cell boundaries, and it just sits along that one ring. The other feature of the fire scars is very distinctive curl over or wound wood, where it's basically creating a scab around that portion of the candia that's killed. And then the third part is this very distinctive dark resin where the wound is being compartmentalized. So those are our identifying features for fire scars. You can see them created in fires today. And I'll just pass this around. This is a sample from McDonald Dunn Forest, showing very, very frequent fire prior to 1859. So you guys can get a closer look.
Where was this tree from?
This tree is from the Umpqua National Forest, actually. I just sort of a good one per slide out there. And this is from, 4 or 5 miles that way, the one that's going around. So now I'm sort of ready to give you guys a really quick look at the fire and forest development history on the Elliott. Before I do that, I want to line out how to read the charts I'm going to show you. So every tree has a tree establishment date or pith date. That's going to be represented on graphs by a circle. And then fire scars are going to be represented by a red triangle. And then each tree we sample gets a timeline that goes from the earliest ring we could date to the outermost ring. So we basically have establishment dates, fire scar dates, and tree timelines. So this is an example. Don't worry about where the site is. It's basically showing a stand that burned at high severity around 1775. A pioneer cohort of Douglas fir established, and then there's a reburn in 1812. You see lots of reburns, but that's basically just showing you a cohort of trees establishing after fire, and then a reburn in 1812.
When was the first fire?
You can't date the exact date of a stand replacing fire because it's not, there's no live trees to give us the year. But I'd estimate it's about 1775 based on the oldest trees at that site.
So the reburn was 35, 40 years later.
The reburn in this case was, yeah, I think 37 years later. Reburns will be a theme in the following slide, so it's really good. We're picking up on that.
I didn't think reburn existed. I've been told over and over and over. I didn't know it.
Can't wait for the final slide then.
Yeah.
So this is one site on the Elliott State Forest. This is just to the west of Bloom Lake. It's sort of in a very flat area with a steep slope. It was probably logged in the 1960s, and then it was logged again in 2012. We went to this site. Each one of these timelines represents an individual tree. We cut cross sections out of about 15 trees here. This is tree number 7. You can see a really clear fire scar right there. That's out of a snag that died quite a long time ago, and it reported a fire in 1569. And so each one of those triangles is a different fire event. You can see a fire here that's reported on lots and lots of trees. I believe that's a fire in 1648. What I want you to note here to start is just the amount of red triangles that are on that graph. Lots of stands in the Elliott historically experienced quite frequent fire, especially during the first 100 to 150 years of stand development. So if you have a high severity fire, it's that next 100 to 150 years where fire is more frequent in that forest. Another characteristic pattern we see in the Elliott and also in the Western Cascades is that as the stand matures, fire frequency decreases. You often see these long gaps where, despite the fact that we sampled quite a few trees that were good at recording fire, we didn't pick up any fire in this time period. And then we see more fire in the 1800s. This is the 1849 fire. It's a year of east wind and really large high severity fires in Coast Range. So the Siuslaw burned in 1849, the Elliott burn. That's a really big kind of high severity fire event. We pick it up a lot in the Elliott. So that's an example from one site on the Elliott. And very quickly here, I have to dive into all the sites on the Elliott. So that last site, LF11, is now right there. This represents one site right here, LF16. So now you're looking at 14 different fire history sites. And the main message I want you to take away is that in every case, the early and late development of old growth forests out there was influenced by low and moderate severity fires. So the current fires coming into the stand, killing trees, providing opportunities for insects and disease to come to the stand. The development of our multi-aged and structurally diverse old forests is actually quite dependent on disturbance as it comes about. It doesn't happen in the absence of disturbance. Some interesting things to point out. A lot of these stands have different origin dates. So fire's not always creating huge patches of high severity fire. It's creating a lot of small patches, and that's why this stand is a different age than that one. Other things to point out, those gaps as a stand matures. If you look in the region that's sort of late 1700s up until about 1850, there's less fire then, and then there's more fire before that and more fire after that. So that's a pretty interesting pattern that we're seeing. When you see triangles line up, just sort of trace 1849 up, that's evidence of a really large fire. So our sites are 10 kilometers apart, and when we see 1849 and 1868 show up at lots of different sites, we're reconstructing what was a larger and more severe fire historically. A lot of people.
Can I ask about that? But what, I ask this from a historical perspective, what would you have seen when the fire burned all the way to the river, the Yempah River in the Elliott?
So
In 1850 was the first boat across the bar of the Yempah River, ran aground and Scottsburg was established. At the end of 1850. So what did they see as they
So the Elliott was a large patch of early seral forest in the second half of the 1850s. It had burned in the 1849 event, it then reburns in 1868, and then there's quite a few fires afterwards. And if you look at the General Land Office survey records for the Elliott, they initially go in after the 1868 fire, and a lot of their survey points show larger and older trees on the Elliott in the 1870s. And then they do another GLO survey in the 1890s, and a lot of the points that had been forested in the 1870s are now on the seral. And you see all these other fires in 1883, 1893 that burn up until the end there. So that sort of leads into what the age structure is like on the Elliott. So these are the stands we went into, and we cord trees that have never been managed. So they haven't been logged. And the vast majority of the forest on the Elliott and unlogged stand is trees established in the 1880s, 1890s. So that's sort of the last few fires that burn on the Elliott. And that's where you see the waves of tree regeneration that are always there, but were being edited by fire. They aren't edited by fire at this point. So we have lots of trees right in that 120 to 130-year-old age class on Elliott. And so that's sort of what it looks like. With a gridded system where we weren't targeting old growth, we only landed in one stand on the Elliott that was truly old growth. So lots of mature forests. You see a spike in tree establishment here because of the 1849 fire. This is the spike because of the 1868 fire. And then we get lots of trees that were no longer edited by fire after that. How am I doing on time? Should I add a few more things or?
I think people are interested. I take a few more minutes. But,
Okay.
No more than like 10.
Okay, I can do that. So what I think we've sort of missed in our Douglas fir, Western hemlock systems is that small and low moderate severity fires actually did a lot of work in these systems historically. It's not just an infrequent high severity fire regime. And so I have sort of an extreme example for you to kind of illustrate what these fires are like. Going all the way up to the Olympic National Forest in a place that's much, much wetter than the Elliott. There's a severe drought in 2015. A fire starts because of lightning in early May. They don't suppress it. They let that fire burn on its own all the way up until September. And it only burns 407 hectares, which is like 1,000 acres. So it's creeping, it's burning through the understory. It's going to be killing some of these trees, editing in that way. This is the type of fire we don't have on the landscape that historically was out there in addition to our high severity fire events. I wanted to do a quick preview of some really interesting work on marbled murrelets research that the college funded. Jennifer and I have been talking a lot, and I'm by no means, I know nothing about murrelets, but I was talking to Jen about that and the Oregon Marbled Murrelet Project and how they're quantifying the structure of nest trees and nest stands. And so when I hear that, my idea is, okay, that's the structure, but how did we get there? So we came up with this idea where we would use sites from the OMMP project and go out and core them and understand how they develop. So we did a pilot study. We have 10 sites where we record 20 trees, and then we have 19 sites where we record the nest tree and the 5 nearest trees to the nest tree. And so just a quick preview of that work. This is what it looks like when we record 20 trees. For the nest tree, it's 5 nearest neighbors, and then we have 3 additional plots where we record 5 trees. So that's how we get to 20. And I just wanted to show you a couple graphs from that. So this is the age of the nest trees and those sites. Most of these are on the Siuslaw National Forest. Again, the Siuslaw, it's there, it's public land because it burned down severely in 1849. And most of the Siuslaw that's not been logged is occupied by trees that established immediately after that fire. And that's what's most abundant out there, and that's where we're finding a lot of nest trees. There are some outliers of old growth on the Siuslaw, and we found some nest trees in those sites as well that were much older. But what I really wanted to show is just a few examples of development history at some of these nest tree sites. This is the Wolf Creek site. The middle tree right here is the nest tree. Those trees are established in the 1880s, probably after a severe fire. What's interesting about this site is that you see evidence of another disturbance in the 1930s that allowed more Douglas fir to come in. And it's in a riparian area, and then a cohort of alder coming in the 1970s. What you notice about that group of trees is they're all by themselves. So they're surrounded by two streams. They're extremely open grown, and they've been open grown for a long time, and they have those huge branches. Another different type of recipe or history for a nest tree. This is a nest tree here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's covered by char. This is an example of a much older nest tree established in the 1500s. What's cool about this site is it has that severe fire in 1849. And then you see another cohort come in. This time it's Western hemlock. So the way Western hemlock actually came into a forest and made it multi-layered is from fire. It's not from the absence of fire. It's the fire that happened that allowed the hemlock to come into the stand. So a totally different way. But again, this tree, most of its neighbors were killed in that 1849 fire, and its crown's way up there all by itself. And then it has this period of 170 years where that crown is up there growing and forming these really big limbs. Sorry, I use my arms so much. I'm trying to be a tree here. Last sort of wrap up on this this marble Elliott topic. These are the ages of trees we've poured for this pilot study. And you can see this cluster of trees that are established after that 1849 fire. And then this is their diameter in centimeters. Apologize, it's in centimeters, but 50 centimeters is about a 21-inch tree. And so a tree is 160 years old out there, and it's a Douglas fir. It can be 200 centimeters in diameter, or it could be only 50. That's a massive, massive range. And it's all about, did it grow up in a space where it had lots of access to light and resources and not as many neighbors, or is it in a dense stand? So disturbance really creates different ways for these trees to get big and grow big crowns. So just a few wrap ups here. These are shots of nest trees from the marbled Elliott study. Yeah, you can see I put these in here because there's char on the trees in almost every one of these stands. And then a wrap up. This is in Drift Creek. These are actually Western hemlock, and they have cat faces at the bottom. They're difficult to see here, but they're fire-scarred Western hemlock. So even in Drift Creek, in this system, there was fire sort of influencing the forest development history. Yeah, arrows for fire scars. So that's all I have. I guess I did say I'd talk about reburns. So reburns, I think this is something we should really pay attention to given the 2020 fires. What happens when you have high severity fires that removes that canopy, right? And now we have much higher temperatures, much lower humidity, and much higher wind speeds all year long in that stand. So it's going to dry out and be more conducive to burning. You also have grasses and shrubs forming the understory fuels, and you have the fuels created by the fire. And so there's a paper that looked at a chronosequence of different stand ages in Douglas fir and then modeled flammability as rate of spread and flame length. Basically, that first 120-year period, these forests are much more flammable. So when we think about fire frequency and fire return intervals, it's very different in these systems because one century does not predict the next. You can have a high severity fire, and then that area is going to be much more prone to reburning in the next century or so. And we actually have a lot of evidence that this is the way it's always been. So the Tillamook fire, east wind event, burns a big hole, and then it reburns over and over again in the following decades. And the Cult fire is another great example. It burns in 1902, and then it just keeps reburning thereafter. So the role of fire in its activity is dynamic in Douglas fir forest. It's not sort of the traditional forest where it happens on a regular interval. It changes over time. And it has a really important role in developing some of the old growth features and the habitat features we're looking to restore in these forests. So, with that, I'll stop and a couple questions.
Yeah. I can ask questions all day. It's fun stuff. Can we get copies of these slides?
Sure.
That'd be great. Yeah, kind of a softball. Does it have to be fire?
We live in a very different world than the 1800s. And, you know, I started doing fire histories on the east side where everybody was pretty comfortable that those forests burned frequently and that fire needed to be introduced. And there's lots of attention put on doing that, and it's still tremendously difficult with smoke and people and putting fires on those sites. Fire needs to be a part of it, but the reality is a lot of it will never be implemented and a lot of it isn't happening. So you can use fire surrogates and then you can gradually learn how to possibly use fire over time. But now I'm at the point where I'm telling people fire is important in the Elliott State Forest historically. We're a long ways away from crossing that bridge and burning in those sites. So what I'm hoping is we have our traditional models of silviculture where we're doing big clear cuts, which are pretty uniform, or we're doing 40% thinnings, which are pretty uniform. But if we use historical dynamics and where old growth trees used to form and how many age classes used to be in these stands, we can start to mimic what fire did in treatment. So if we start with a plantation, how do we move it to something that looks like it was edited and shaped by fire? So I think there's a good
I
opportunity
guess
there.
the point that I'm trying to make is it isn't only fire, it's only disturbance.
Yeah.
You need to have disturbance to create, you know, what it is that you want future conditions. So part of what we're hopefully going to do is create political license, public buy-in, whatever you want to call it. And if we start talking about disturbance rather than fire, there's a lot of people that think fire is, you lost 150 homes in Douglas County 2 years ago. And
Yeah.
fire isn't the answer.
I found it's very difficult to talk about fire in Douglas County, and there's good reason for that. And this is more about understanding how we get from point A to B, and also knowing that because of the diversity in disturbances historically, there's a lot of different development pathways that lead to different endpoints that are valuable for different species. And so we're just sort of opening that idea up and saying, okay, you can get to old growth that looks like this with one rate and intensity of disturbance versus old growth like this versus old growth like that. And there's lots of different flavors or varieties, and that's a result of having different rates of wind and fire killing trees at different severities over time. And we've sort of been stuck in one linear model where we're going to go from young to old. And if we start with a dense stand of Douglas fir, it's just going to become old all by itself. But that's not how it happened. And there was a lot of different pathways for it to happen historically. So lots of different ways to develop into an older stand.
When you showed a graph and talked a little bit about reburn and flammability, there must be a signal as well for severity that goes along with that. Do you have any indication of differences in fire severity with that reburn event? And
Yeah, that's a good question.
show up growth rates following?
Yeah. So you see LF6, LF7, and LF10 and LF13. Those are all actually on the Elliott. And so most of the Elliott burned up severely, probably in 1849. There's just a couple of trees that date back to that fire, and then they reburn, and then they finally get a cohort established. And those trees grew really fast. A lot of my 500-year-old trees from the Elliott, they're just slightly bigger than the 150-year-old trees. They've grown really slowly for a long time. So you do see faster growth after those high severity fires. And I think we see them sort of lining up across sites. So the 1849 fire, I think, is at 6 sites. The 1868 is at 4, and they're on both sides of the Umpqua River, which is a pretty big barrier to fire. All of these other fires that really don't produce cohorts or new age classes, we usually only find them at one site. So they had to be pretty small fires, and they didn't do a lot in terms of creating Douglas fir age classes. So there is a signal there, but it's really tricky to parse out.
One more. Yeah. The reburn, that one we were talking about was 45 years. In my mind, that would give time for those dead trees to fall on the ground. And then that fire, that reburn would be a totally different fire. Do you see a difference in the growth after that?
I haven't looked that deeply into it. So you're saying, did the surviving trees grow differently, whether it was a reburn within the first 15 years versus 45 years? And I think it's, yeah, I'd have to look at it. And that's something we could do because we measure every growth ring on every sample. So we could set up a test to say, okay, does the age that you experience your first fire matter in terms of growth? But I don't know the answer to that question.
The reason I'm thinking what it would do to the soil. When it burns that second time, because it's more heat, it's closer to the ground. And I'm just curious what it would do to the productivity at that point.
I don't know. Tough part is we're sort of just accepting that, you know, fire's not just in Ponderosa pine forest, and that's not the only place we have to understand what it's doing. That scar that's there, I cut at the soil surface. So where I hit mineral soil, that's where that scar shows up. So I think what's happening is it's the litter and duff that's smoldering and burning and transmitting into the tree, killing the cambium and making those scars. But you don't see that scar like at the site. They log the tree, usually find it about 2 feet lower, and that's where they start showing up by that soil. So I think, yeah, there's duff consumption. Cool.
Thanks a lot. That was great.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks to the OFG team for putting this together. It's great to get a little window into the research and monitoring things that are happening on the forest already, and a little window into what the future holds. So great to be able to be on campus and connect with Paul and Andrew and the work that they and their teams are doing. So thanks for organizing it. Well, as we transition here, so I'm going to just quickly run through the agenda. We have a few folks online, but we all know each other quite well enough that we'll forego the introduction. But the agenda really is broken up into 2 sections, and with a little bit of time on the end at the end for updates. But the first section of the agenda really is around the term sheet. And I'll come back to that after I run through the agenda because do a little introduction. And then there was a advanced reading, so there's a draft sort of contract language for folks to look at. And then we'll take a break probably after we talk a little bit about the term sheet, somewhere in the 1:45 time frame. We'll talk about platform adjustments, and this relates to things in terms of some of the marbled mirror-led buffering questions, the research design, financial considerations, flexibility, increased opportunities for extensive, so a variety of topics that the team has been working to address, different board member suggestions and feedback. OSU is gonna, this is the DS, but what you have received in terms of meeting materials was a DFL proposal. So in addition to sort of having an opportunity for OSU to talk about their own perspective on that work and the proposal, we also want to have an opportunity for you all to dialogue about that, instead of being feedback. We'll also have an opportunity for some updates on other topics. We don't have a ton of time for this. There's a lot there, but certainly the legislation and progress there, as well as bridge funding. Want to talk with y'all about that and give you an update, as well as startup funding, the carbon RFP. There's a little bit of an update on that, and finally on Shutter Creek. Somewhere in the 115 to 125 range, and we'll have an opportunity for public comment. And on that, if you're a member of the public and you're interested in providing public comment, if you send a chat to Jenna, we'll make sure to get you in the queue. And fair warning that we'll have to be potentially somewhat flexible on that timeline. So hopefully you'll stay tuned in and be tracking that. And then we want to just touch base briefly on the rest of the scheduled upcoming meetings. So July 24, August 16th, I'll preface that now by saying we're hoping that is in person and down on the Elliott, at least a portion of the meeting is actually in the port. But we don't want to get out there and then we'll meet again on the 22nd. The thought right now is the July 24 and September 22nd meetings would be virtual, the in-person meeting in August down for us. Any questions about the agenda?
I need to speak out in the court, of course, when you have to walk down. Probably not because of that.
Will you tell us if it's? All right,
Stop.
yeah, if he's not, we slam the door, we'll know. Different reason, okay. Thanks for the heads up. Any other questions on the agenda, comments? All right, first topic is the term sheet. So a couple of things before we launch into, and Brett and Paul overall are prepared to kind of walk you all through this very briefly, and I want to emphasize a couple of things.
Before we even get started.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So I want to emphasize, one, that this is a draft. Two, that at the retreat, there was a request from board members to have contract language, draft contract language, something tangible you will hold in your hands and react to. And so this is an effort to be responsive to that. I don't, in terms of characterizing and thinking about today's conversation, I don't expect like consensus feedback or recommendations from the board. This is an opportunity, knowing that some of you have been deeply engaged in previous governance conversations, some of the work to date, to really get on the same page, ask questions if you have them, have a chance for Paul, Brett, and to the extent that they need to loop in DOJ, who's been intimately involved in it, respond to those questions or get you responses to those questions. And ideally, we want to just make sure that we have a subset of the board, it's some group, some number of individuals from this board that are going to represent your interest in negotiating these terms. We're not expecting today to be a negotiation session. I think that would be probably premature, given the fact that we only had this hearing for a very short period of time, and you haven't had a chance to talk with each other, and that's very important too. So that's sort of the preface and the context for today's conversation about the term sheet and contract. So Paul being first in the queue, before we do the overview.
It's to the point of anger and aggravation. And I brought the point out. I don't know what Jack thinks about what's important. I don't know what Keith thinks. I don't know what Bob thinks. We haven't had an opportunity to discuss it. I guarantee you that OSU has sat down and amongst themselves and had the opportunity to talk about what's important to them. DSL has probably sat down and talked about what's important to them. This group that's going to have to live with this contract, I don't know what's important. I know it's important to me, but it's unfair to have a document in front of us that we've had no input, we've had no collective agreement on what we want to see in that. And I think it's way premature to talk about the contract until we get on the same page and we have a chance to visit amongst ourselves, not with the entire group, to figure out what we want. And I brought it up several times, and we haven't had that opportunity. We really need to have it.
Okay.
Peter, when we do something like that, just the board wanting to do exactly what Paul's is asking, given that, does it have to be, it has to be set up as a public meeting, it's the board is gathering, or because we're a presumptive board,
Yeah, there's some questions around exactly how to handle that. I don't have an answer for you, but it is a respective board. And there's sort of that
legally, and I'm not going to be But my understanding is legally there's more flexibility in kind of thing on what like this is called as an advisory entity to the NFL volleyball. This board is not like without full public meeting notice and things like that, and afterwards and after the process, but that's a separate question of what's the right to transparency. What we have done in the past, though, I guess, is subgroups and subcommittees bring product back to this board. I think with Paul, if I understand right, what you're asking for is the opportunity to kick something around without any indication of what it says. And the board can talk freely amongst each other. And, but, you know, it can't be done, but I guess it could be done with a board meeting and have it recorded or have it as a, so that, I don't know, a school board,
or a city council that's entering into collective bargaining negotiations, doesn't have to be public to decide that when they negotiate the contract, that's a different thing. You have a full-blown public meeting.
Like exempt for executive session.
Yeah. Can't hear.
So that's. Just want to make sure you're taking care. Okay, I was wondering if there's the opportunity to do a board, perspective board workshop. Out of that official meeting.
It's a little hard to hear some of the folks who are speaking now, just speaking for the folks online here.
Yeah, if we can just pause for 1 second, we're gonna try and switch the speaker that's picking up sound. So I'm gonna mute this one.
Noises that might emerge. Like that.
Can you hear me?
That's right. And they said I would remember the 60th.
Jennifer, is that any better?
I can hear you clearly, and some people I could hear clearly. There were just others that were a little bit harder to.
Jennifer, would you mind speaking again?
Maybe that's all we need to do is have an listenable audio feed.
Well,
Sure.
I think you asked if I could say something, so I'm saying something. Can you hear me okay?
We're gonna have to do that, I think.
we also have the handheld mic, we can pass around, but.
You can go ahead and I'll just flag it. I mean, again, some people I could hear just fine and other people not so much. So I'll send Jenna a note if I can't hear.
Yeah, Jennifer, we can't really hear you now, so we're gonna switch it back. Okay,
Yeah, we'll try to project our voices.
so this is the mic that's picking up right now.
I'll move
That-
that.
It's plugged in to the computer up here. Let's see how far I can move it.
Can I plug it into my computer maybe?
Let's just try what Shannon's doing now and then see if that's any better.
For a second there.
Yeah, speak up a little bit there, Brett. I can hear Peter fine and Paul, but Brett, you're a little hard to hear. As is Tom and Bob.
What was that, Paul?
There you are. I can hear you now, Tom, as well. Brett's a little hard to hear.
Is this any better, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
we're running. So Mike, I'm gonna have you, yeah, one more time for the record here.
I'm wondering if board could just have a workshop, not an official board meeting, but a workshop. to talk about what I thought you talked about.
So I think I think I can't answer it right now, but I clearly hear the intent and the desire from the board to be able to talk amongst yourself. And the intent being, just to be explicit about this, that even if there is a subset of the board that's going to represent your interests in terms of discussing the terms of a contract, you need to understand what one another thinks about these topics and let us figure out how to do that. And I would say, Paul, not in defense of anything, I think you have been clear about the desire and need for that. And the fact that it hasn't happened yet isn't because we haven't heard. There's simply been a lot to cover. There are a number of topics that this is one of them. Tom has been very clear that he wants the opportunity to talk about carbon and some of the pros and cons and challenges associated with that. We haven't lost sight of some of those topics. It's just simply a matter of figuring out how to find enough time to be able to get them on your agenda. So hear it. We will address it. We'll get you a mechanism to communicate with one another and enter into this, in a way that isn't putting you at a disadvantage. Right.
I just wanted to try, and this is not, defense by the Paul, they kind of like putting this thing out, but not the Andrew. What side note? Supposed to watch. Yeah. Good later going. I'm just fine for you guys. Okay. I mean, what I recall from the board retreat was a couple things. One was it seemed like a pretty clear feeling from perspective board, it's like we don't want to look at an outline again or where this draft started around an outline again. What to do was if we're going to see an eventual agreement in legal terms, get something in the legal terms now and get it to us. And I think we heard that from Melissa, but also probably others. And so that was one of the steps the board was like, get this thing reduced in the legal language so that it's not the board talking about an outline form and then sometime later it's all talking about renegotiating language, legal language. Let's get it all forward now. And then the other part was, I think some pretty pointed, like your points are, I think, right on. Question came up like, what is PSL for? Not PSL is going to be agreeing to a contract with OSU over management of the research force that the board authority wants, or authority exists. So there's a bit of, we need to be negotiating things on our own terms, and I think it's a question that everyone getting was what gets eligible, and part of it is the board's advisory to PSL at this point. So that's how it works. But the other one is like so state DOJ. Whether it's this entity now and PSL, or seeing a mention to Elliott or the authority, or seeing a mention to Elliott. State DOJ is still has some things that it must have or must not have in the state. And you all as the board agree, agree to the contract. And so we'll have to figure out what we've been trying to balance, I think, is how to bring in the.
Brad, you gotta speak up.
Okay.
Or move to the next, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, how to bring in the legal issues. And make sure that DOJ is connected to it. And there are areas where I think Paul and testing. We're not all synced up on what's in the draft. There are still issues, but I think sorry. I think where we landed was we didn't want to come into this meeting not having been responsive to what we heard at the April retreat.
And fully caveat, this thing is still a work in progress, rough draft. We just didn't want to have something outside the meeting space that you all knew was outside the meeting space. We want to bring something back in. And I don't know, Paul, if.
Yeah.
frame
Yeah,
this-
let me add to that. First off, the conversation, I think in consultation with DOJ, you can talk to them about, how this group needs to do executive session to work on these terms and get to your position. To Brett's point, we've been working with him, DOJ on terms that I think are more boilerplate. And some of these, they get into the management fee and that piece that need you to look at it. For my take at OSU, I understand that DSL is not in a position to really negotiate. So, we're working with them on these terms, but with the full understanding that all of these have to be reviewed by you. You have to have your position as a future authority board on these before we can get to an actual contract. And Paul, you asked my kind of the question. There's some areas here in the agenda that we carved out, but my question as well is what great discussion for y'all to have about how do you get to your negotiating positions to engage with OSU in that discussion, and who is the subset that represents you to us for those negotiations as well.
I don't know, Peter, if it's the same, maybe that's partly what the board could talk about here, but there was a subset that included Paul, Jack had input, Keith, Bob, and Melissa, where the feedback that we got directly from you was brought into the revisions, and so that it has been an attempt to be responsive, but your point stands around we need to be figuring out where we are collectively around the next steps. There were just some issues where the board cares a lot, executive director, other areas too, and then where OSU cares a lot around academic freedom, intellectual property, and some other things where we felt like, all right, let's get it out there and have the reaction now, knowing that there's a lot more work to come directly with at least a subset.
So let me suggest we just have you and Paul give the overview, high level of what's in here, and then we'll see where we get to. And if we can't take it any further than that today, that's sufficient, and we'll figure out the appropriate next steps. All right.
The problem that I've got with the structure that we've got is you work from a starting point. And what came out of OSU was the starting point. That's where we negotiated from. And that seems like what we're doing now. We're fine tuning that to a new starting point. Like I said, we don't know where we want to be, so it's difficult. It's difficult for me to participate without having a starting. I've been in collective bargaining negotiations, contract negotiations, loggers. I've never had a negotiation that was like this. It's very uncomfortable.
So I haven't been involved in the government's subject matter. So a lot of this is other than what we had before. This kind of first thing I've seen. The biggest question for me in all of this, and hoping folks can explain what their points of view are, is who in the end is going to be responsible for creating the is it authority that needs to hire the folks to do that? Is it OSU that's going to be responsible for doing that?
Because those are two different ways of doing business. So I need to know from folks what their view is, and then evaluate when they're doing it. And my job to try to do a lot of contracting outside entities. So, spot that I can see problems depending on which way you go. So contract itself needs to be something that both sides can live with, within, and stick to whatever dollar amounts are. But I don't want to see down the road is we have the amount of money that we have available, and it's nothing against OSU or anybody else, but OSU needs to spend more than that, and we don't have it. But we do. Paul mentioned times before, financial model is right now isn't there, so we have to figure out how we're dealing with that, and if what we have is all we have, then we're going to have to work within that amount of money, whatever that means, with regard to staffing and kind of work for information that I would like to hear.
Well, I always sit so I can look out the window. It's that all of you are in the witness protection program. All you'll see is black silhouettes over there. Except for Bob. I can see Bob.
Or anonymous. So I think what I would say is there's some work that's gone into and attempted to be responsive to the feedback that's come in so far. If it needs to, we start at a different place, we need to do that. And for purposes of today, let's hear what's available for us today. You don't have to give your opinions about it. You have, things that jump off the page that you want to flag. Perfectly acceptable and appropriate to do so, but again, as I said at the outset, today is not about negotiating consensus. This is information sharing and figure out the appropriate next steps based on the feedback of the prospective board. That's your job, and it's got to work for you. And we'll make sure it does, but it's also got to work for OSU and ultimately in the confines of DOJ and recommendations there, so we'll figure out how to do that. Good enough for now, and Mike, we heard your question. Do you have something, Bob? You have
Yeah, and you may have said.
a furrowed brow.
When does that go before the OSU board? What's our date here?
What was Bob's question? Sorry.
When does it have to go before your board? What's our drop dead date here?
Well, I mean, right now, that depends on Senate Bill 161. I mean, right now, decisions have to be made by the 1st of July, which includes the HCP and the FMP. So I don't think we're going to make that. So whatever date we land to, 31st of December in that time period as well. And actually, the board of trustees won't be it's delegated authority to the president, to the vice president for finance administration to sign the agreement. So they will not be ratifying the agreement. Our board of trustees, they'll be voting on the participation in the forest.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Anything else before we jump into a high level overview? All right. Paul, are you in a position to do that?
I am in a position, and great to see everybody on campus there. I wish I could be with you. It turns out had some contract work at this house that was supposed to take 2 hours, and I think we're at hour 5 or 6 right now as well. So I can't be there. I apologize for that. We're not going to go term for term on this. You have to look at it, and we'll just highlight some of the sections there. And Brett, jump in whenever you feel. I think the first one to go to section 6, which is the budget management fee, costs and expenses. That's one, we have, we proposed, and this is open for discussion, a 6-year budget plan. Really, and it's a renewed budget every 2 years. So really it's locking in and working on that budget at a 2-year cycle, and trying to match it up to what you will do for budgeting to the state's biennium as an authority as well. From that, our management fee is meant to, within that, this also includes the biennial operations plan, which is addressed in here, and is also part of the what is in the 1546 in the legislation. So, those two documents will be working together. The biennial operations plan that OSU, in partnership with the executive director, will help build, goes for your approval. The budget that OSU, partnering with the executive director, builds comes back to you for approval as well to match up to those cycles. The management fee is really just based on that budget. What funds need to come to OSU to accomplish the work that's in that plan as well. Simple as that. It's not meant to be a fixed fee per se. So if the budget plan has, if there's something comes in cheaper than what was projected in the budget to get that work done, that's not a windfall to OSU. That's funds that remain with the forest for your use in other methods as well. Brett, anything to add on that?
Not so far. I think if you're taking it section by section, my thoughts are later. I think that you see one big placeholder around section 6 or section 7, banking procedures. I mean, it's basically there are issues where I think you all need to talk. It's OSU wants to get paid, and it's kind of the issue that Mike brought up. How is the authority going to run its revenue and assure banking procedures that address OSU's interest in getting paid, but address your fiscal responsibility as future board members too. So that's why that's placeholder.
I could add too, so Paul, you mentioned if an expense comes in less than expected, it's not a windfall for OSU. I'm also interested in what if it comes in more than expected. What's the process there?
Yeah, so there's I think that probably something we need to address a little bit more in here as well is the again, it's a planned budget. If costs come in more, it's we're working on an actual cost basis. We'll need to have a procedure with the executive director of how we address those, where budget may be more for a contract for for a timber harvest, etc. as well.
Anything else?
Well, go back to Mike's question, just in terms of the idea of a contingency fund is so when there is a lean year, you are able to make up for it with that source of funding. So that's the whole point of building. You're not going to have a flat one budget year in, year out. So contingency fund, which we keep on McDonald Dunn, is significantly more than any time we, patch.
So then, but it is a closed loop, right? I mean, so you spend less or you make a higher profit, it just cycles within that loop because there's no escape that.
And that's section 7 is one where DOJ has some input too. That
we're waiting on and be sure we get to the board when it comes. But that's been flagged.
Are there models within Oregon, state of Oregon, we can just replicate here? In terms of having a third party basically be the implementer on coming at the scale? It seems like there must be other examples that are relevant. Or not.
I mean, I guess this is modeled after a state agreement, interagency agreement, because that's what it would be. I mean, there's two entities within the state system, OSU and the authority, and some of the models around commercial timber sale or commercial contracting in the timber management arena, which is a bit in off. I mean, it has some relevance because third parties often manage other people's lands, but the Elliott has all the public land and statutory overlays on it. So it's a little, I don't know. I don't know that there's an analog. We can dig around.
We're getting an absolute fundamental difference between what the original term sheet, what this term sheet is assuming, and what I think is correct. I personally, not speaking for Jack or Keith or Mike, but I personally think that the legislation gave the authority, you can call this an authority, of managing the Elliott research forest, gave it to the authority. It's our responsibility when we become a real live entity to manage it. I think it's wrong to turn around and delegate that authority to somebody else. The authority needs to work. Again, this is my opinion. The authority needs to work closely with the research entity to do layout and those sorts of things, but it's ultimately the finances, the operations, the budget is the authority's responsibility, and I am personally not willing to delegate that to somebody else. It's the recipient of those funds. It's not the way to do that, in my opinion. So I really think, and this is the stuff that I want to talk to my fellows about is what's important. Keith may think that given it to OSU is perfect. I don't know. We haven't had that conversation, and having it there as a placeholder is what gets me wound up. It's way too far in my estimation. So it's we're going to talk about DOJ boilerplate, the contract, that's fine. But the specificity of who does what, who hires who, I think is way premature.
Yes, Paul, does the language, are you seeing language that suggests it's not the case? That it is not the authority that spends it all.
If all the money goes to the research, right? But it's the authorities, in my mind, it's the authority's responsibility to shepherd that, to oversee that.
So let me ask you a question. There's two questions. Number one is it should be, but if the authority hires Oregon State University to do research, or in essence, then and they are hired with X dollars, then does the authority have to approve each line item? And that's why I don't think
Not the research.
right. And so then my next question is along with mine too. And the only I think that's I've always thought that that's pretty clear to everything we discussed in any language I've seen. But in terms of my one question, and I don't think I have much concern with this, in terms of grant dollars chase, if Oregon State as the research arm of the Elliott State Research Forest receives grants from various entities, those go right into the research, right? Those just fund for the research, and there's an acknowledgement, there's going to be an audit process where those dollars come in, but they also go right back out, and go to the line item for research and emergency expenses in that regard too, right? So, I mean, I'm seeing, I think, the same way you are, that if it's, Oregon State is responsible for research, the research is funded through the authority, right? Is that what we're talking about?
But the original term sheet was the executive director was going to be hired, vetted, you know, the whole process was going to be directed by OSU. And that doesn't work.
Oh, I see that quite honestly.
Didn't even bother to look at it because I look at it because I didn't think we were ready. Considering where our starting point, I didn't think we were ready to have this conversation. I didn't want to have it. If we're just talking about boilerplate, I'm fine with that. This is as much as Keith and I have had a chance to even talk about this.
I hear. Heard
Okay.
All right. Well, and again, maybe there's not, maybe that's a discussion you all need to have now as well. I mean, again, my hope is you all will get organized to engage in those discussions. The executive director language is out of here. We know that's something that needs to be worked on jointly. If you look in the back, the description of services from OSU is a blank page for discussion as well. So that's all good. One thing I would say, Paul, is, part of your charter from the state as a board of directors is to manage the Elliott in accordance with the research proposal that was approved, the forest management plan, the HCP as well, right? So there's some guidelines that guide you as a board into those decisions as well. And I know, for OSU, the research piece, the operations of the forest, management of the forest is part and parcel with the research. And so that's discussions that will have to be had about how that works together.
Yeah, and Paul, I guess where you see, well, everybody, where you see like section 18 and 17, limitations on liability and indemnification, and then the banking procedures, I mean, when they're totally placeholdered out, I think in a good number of those instances, DOJ is looking at those, has vetting that it wants to continue to do around, can the state agree to this, or are those kinds of terms the state could agree to, and it's not the case that in every situation what's stated in here is what DOJ would agree to, or where DSL's kind of feedback and advice has been, but where we did get to, for example, there are some issues around the balance of termination rights and then the adequacy of insurance in section 16. But I think where we landed was wanting to get something out to you to chew on. There are certain areas where I guess Paul O, it felt like OSU had academic freedom in particular, and that's section 19 and the subsequent section on intellectual property and confidentiality. It did feel like OSU had some pretty firm, this is what we're going to need in a contract, and so where that was the case, even if DOJ or DSL was like, well, I'm not so sure about that, it felt like OSU saying, well, we are sure about it and we are pretty firm on these things, and so it felt better to get the language out as stated, the way it's in here, knowing that it's not for DSL to sign this thing in the end, it's for you all, and so we wanted you to see it as, okay, here's where we are, and here's what OSU is saying it needs on those two clauses anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, get back to what all was talked about, is the budget too. Is, to me, there's a bucket of things, back to bucket analogies, I guess, that are within the authority's responsibility and purview. And then there are things that OSU may or may not do on their own, that they may fund or not fund on their own. And I see things like the requirements of the HCP, including the monitoring and things like that, as something we're going to have to be responsible for. And some of the baseline research as well, that is forward to the project. And there's a lot of things you could add on top of it that may be outside of a budget. OSU, maybe scientists may be applying for grants or things like that, and do research outside of that. And so to me, that's trying to figure out where that dividing line is, because I think of the stuff that we're responsible for is for, legally and otherwise, that we need to have a fairly high level of control over that budget, incoming and outgoing. And also getting to the point that Brett just made, I think similarly, there we exercise a higher level of control as well in terms of what needs to be done, how it's done, in terms of the research as well. And I get the academic freedom, but there's things we have to deliver on in certain ways. And so I think there's a tighter nexus. And then in terms of how confidential different things are, again, I think that plays out in that same arena. Some research is really the purview of an OSU researcher. No, we should have real access to that. But other things are part of the HCP, and we're going to need a higher level of connection there too. So I guess a lot of it for me kind of plays out along those lines. What really is the purview of the authority, where I do think I agree with Paul here that we need a pretty high level of oversight, and then what's outside of it. And I think that also plays out in the sense of if that stuff doesn't get funded, that's okay as well. That's kind of OSU's thing to go do those extra things, especially if you come out of timber harvest. But there are certain things to do that we need to meet our financial responsibilities. And so I guess I was trying to figure out where that line is, what things fall on which side. That's what I'm thinking about it is.
Thanks, Rob. Anyone else? Paul, anything else you wanted to touch on before we move forward on this?
Yeah, I just say to follow up on Brett's comment, the termination, indemnification, and liability clauses are areas where, with OSU, we had kind of worked that out and had some things there, but it was to the other Paul's point, lopsided, and DOJ, before we put those in there, DOJ wanted to review those and consider what they would consider the proper standpoint from y'all's side as well. And so those are out at this moment until we get something a little more balanced to show to you as well there. And again, I would take a hard look at that list of things that we thought were the largest issues for your consideration that are in the agenda, and add to that list as well. Budget sounds to be one of them, of course.
Paul, you just did exactly what I was going to do to sort of try to move us to next steps on this. Is looking at that list. So one of them's ED sort of key issues that need further discussion, ED, OSU services, roles and responsibilities, that detailing those out, relationship between OSU and the authority. Are there others that jump off the page as like, hey, this is a biggie that isn't on this list that we should be tracking?
I do. One is public process. The other is dispute resolution between the authority and OSU, but public downloads. How exactly it's laid out.
Okay.
And I guess the problem that I'm hearing is that what you're saying, Paul, what you're saying is, and Bob, I think it's kind of the same thing, is that we haven't sat as a group with our respective board members to really try to figure out what we think are the critical things that the board should have the authority over and should be doing versus OSU and exactly how that line splits. We haven't had the opportunity to make that discussion, which makes some of these items that probably doesn't affect it, and we could proceed, but some of them are critical. Right. And until we have that clarity within our own group, it makes it very hard to proceed.
Really comes down to who's doing what.
And that,
Figure out that divide.
that might not be a huge discussion to have, but it's kind of an executive session type thing. You need to go through.
We may have agreement on every single point.
And I think I have that. You're right.
And at some point, I would love to have further discussion about academic freedom. And what that means. To me, it means not influencing the outcome of the research. But it also means to me that the folks that are responsible for spending the money should have some input into what the research is, what the priorities are. To me, the priorities are the three big species. The owl, and whatever the outcome of the research is, and I don't want to influence that, but I would like to have some input on what we're funding. If we had a choice to fund a mirror-led study versus fruit fly study, I think I would push for the mirror-led study.
Yeah, and if I can just comment on that, I mean, part of that, Paul, is the, again, one of your charters from the state is to ensure that whatever happens on the forest, whether it's harvest, management, operations, or research, is alignment to the research proposal in the FMP. That biennial operations plan is not just about the harvest, that's also laying out the research for the next 2 years with the intent that you have knowledge of what we're doing out there, and that if a researcher comes in and they want to do something in the forest, you will have the ability to approve that to make sure it's in alignment with the goals of the forest as well. So it's not the academic freedom, and the confidentiality is not to keep you in the dark on those things. It's just to protect some of the information that may be in a competitive solicitation by a researcher, and then also the ability of our faculty to speak their mind openly under academic freedom. But again, it's not, there won't be research happening on the forest that the authority is not aware of and on board with.
So just to be clear, the authority is overseeing the research forest at large, and the research forest is funding the bare bones of the operation. It's not funding a fruit fly experiment specifically. It's not like we're going to choose to pay for, we have to choose between a mirror-led study and a fruit fly study, but rather that's baked into the research proposal, and then, or the research plan, and then FMP, and then the 2-year plans, as Paul said. So the funding of individual studies comes from external grants and contracts that the researchers at OSU and U of O, Portland State, outside of the state, overseas, can apply for and say, I would like to do this type of research at the Elliott. They first need the approval of the authority, just like we do with a Forest Service. You can't just go out and start sampling on Forest Service land without a permit, and you're set up a whole research project without proper permitting and approval. And with the Elliott, there's the fundamental research that's going on, and some of the changes, the adaptive management component of it that's baked into the changes that will come with as we learn more, and the board changes, and then there's you know, different projects that are funded. Those are two kinds of.
The only concern that I have with that outside money it is the longevity of the research and the availability of that money over time. If we're going to fund the project, and you can bring money in from outside to also fund that project. If that money goes away, is the authority's money wasted because the project goes away? That's the only, that would be the only concern that I can think of that I would have, that we're funding something that isn't going to be funded completely down the road. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think that, and I feel like the overarching research was sort of hammered out over a 3-year period. We have that template that we're starting with, and then that is all an agreement to do this long term with an adaptive strategy, right? So that it can be changed over time, but that's a commitment to those long-term projects. And that is a commitment that the ESRF authority will fund that long-term commitment. I don't think that you're planning on funding. There's no indication in the legislation or in the legislation that says you're going to fund individual projects over time. Instead, it says, you know, here's these foundational documents that lay out the long-term research that we're committing to as board, presumptive board, and they'll be committed to with the land, to the, you know, writing of the research plan, and then now the forest management plan.
That feels like something for the biennial planning process to be articulating around, you know, how does a proposed project tie to the bigger foundational commitments for longitudinal research. And Paul, when we were maybe thinking, this conversation made me think of the tour that we were on this morning, where I think this gets at some of why the proposed budgeting is at a notion of a 6-year budgeting cycle with, you know, refreshing so that the board can see out farther than just a typical state 2-year biennial cycle, where you would. The example this morning was there was some research happening on that site on the MacDon, and then at some point in time, funding dried up, the research stopped. And so when that happens, it can raise the issue that you raised, like what was the value of ever investing if we didn't stick to it over the long term? What did we really learn? And how do we hedge against that? Because that doesn't strike me as the world-class part of what legislation speaks to.
A biennial budget or a 6-year budget, until we get a reserve, started to say slush fund, until we get an account where we can split out the highs and the lows, it's gonna be impossible. And this year's market versus last year's market is a perfect example. Get those really high years and
So let me get thoughts, comment, and then we gotta wrap this up and turn to the next agenda.
We have a response to.
I have a comment on longevity of business. We have the H.A. Andrews just about to celebrate its 75th anniversary. And there are experiments that started back 75 years ago that are still ongoing. And are still relevant, the data is still there, it's publicly available. That's our touchstone. That's the place that I think demonstrates what is possible, and it's managed by a collaborative relationship. That's quite a long time. So I want you to put, I think it's October 12th on your calendar, it's the day they're gonna celebrate their 70th. So that's where we want to be as a. Celebrate our 70th.
In my touchstone is the mortality study that was done on the North Umpqua after the Apple Fire, and they drove permanent stakes, you know, for test plots. And it's gonna be really fun to see whether those trees were dead in 5 years or not. Money right up.
So hold on, let me just, yeah, so Bob's been waiting patiently, and then I do gotta wrap this up because we have other topics to get to. So,
I'm just here to do this. One is that philosophical discussion of the word about our goal. Second is following stuff down.
that's exactly what I'm going to on next step. So we will get you. Item 1, we'll figure out a way to do that. Right now, on the list of folks that were already signed up to be engaged in sort of a governance subgroup was Melissa Cribbins, Bob, Jack, Paul, and Keith. Is there anybody on that group that no longer wishes to be on a subgroup, no longer has time to be on that subgroup? Now's the time to say that if you're a prospective board member and you wish to be a part of those detailed conversations, Mike, you're on the list. All right. We're getting close to the whole board. But let's take 10. Take 10 minutes. 1:55. We will start again. 10 minutes from your clock reference.
Okay, so we're rolling. So what we're on right now is the discussion about the proposed revisions to the design for the Elliott State Research Forest. And I wanted to preface this with, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I think the value is in the dialogue, and a lot of work has gone into it. And I guess to be clear about what it is, I wanted to start there. So the purposes of this proposal, or the proposed revisions, are owned by OSU. And this is something that, or sorry, owned by DSL. Sorry, Shannon. Tom. Just making sure you're paying attention. Yes. So this is DSL's proposal on what to do in response to a variety of important things that have come up. And it doesn't do everything that I think this prospective board is probably interested in. So to be clear, there has been a lot of effort to vet this within both folks, both this board and folks within this board, including what went out, I think a week and a half or so ago, and then within the project teams, including ICF, who's working on the habitat conservation plan, OSU around the connection to the research, design and viability, and then also with the federal services, because there are certain bottom lines around that TSL has around achieving a viable HCP and getting the issuance of permits. So what it was driven by is one, and the reason you're seeing it right now with I think a request for, okay, where are we on this, and where is the prospective board on these proposals? One is the timeline on the HCP. And so we have a timeline that if we're going to meet the enabling actions for the 5146 legislation, we have to get revisions proposed to the HCP by the 13th of June. And that then sets in motion a series of steps within the federal realm around the revision of the HCP, next steps in NEPA, So that's one driver, is just that timeline. The other is around the Murelet buffer issue, for lack of a better term, that came up, I think back in, squarely through comments on the draft HCP, both from the conservation community and from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And we've been wrestling with that since it feels like February around different approaches to land supply. So that's another driver of what you're seeing on these slides. The other part of the drivers involve the board's interests in both flexibility for financial viability and how to ways that can be done to advance more flexibility for the financials. And then the other interest, if the board and flexibility for other types of forestry, including different varieties of, for lack of a better term, extensive forestry. So based on that, those drivers, what this is really all about is how can DSL, as the applicant on the HCP, revise that document, which involves some pretty significant underlying changes, I think, proposed here. But to be clear, those changes probably don't address, and the intent was never to have these revisions address all of the things that are packed within the financial viability concerns that exist.
This isn't showing ones in switching.
Okay. So the intent was to be responsive to those drivers, but this is not, I mean, this is in no way saying DSL says to you all, okay, all the financial viability concerns go away. Here we are done. This is something that DSL needs to move forward with to keep the timelines, and that we're trying to do within the context of balancing across what's going to hold together the issuance of an incidental take permit or set of permits in the habitat conservation plan. What's going to be responsive to keeping the research plan, although it's stressed by, I think, these proposed changes, keeping it viable, and then keeping the balance around conservation, financials, and frankly, keeping the prospective board on board with where things are going. So ultimately, I think the question is, we did some pre-meeting vetting. Thank you to OC, Peter, and Jennifer for doing that. We have some sense of where folks are on this, but not from any or everybody. And I think the main question at the end of the day is, are you going to come off your support for where the research forest design is going as a result of this, or it's there are compromises baked into this, so it is a what can folks live with conversation. So I'm going to breeze through some of these main points on these slides. Are DSL feels like there's already a lot of conservation baked into the draft HCP, and these proposed revisions address the Murelet, or attempting to address the Murelet buffer issue or the lack of buffers in the management research watershed. They're also, as I said, let's skip ahead, meant to address the interest in financials. So offsetting any impacts of further conservation MRW from Murelets, but also addressing board's interest in more flexibility for financial outcomes and more flexibility for different forest management approaches, especially extensive. And that's what we heard from the board, and that's what DSL is trying to be responsive to. So the first step is using the consolidated layer that Oregon State has created around Marbled Murelet habitat on the Elliott, and the HCP would include a more specific definition of what it is and how it's being used. But I think the upshot is this layer is, I think the short of it is based on the best data that OSU currently has and that ICF currently has around where Murelets may potentially be on the forest. So the first part of this is using the consolidated layer, not just to analyze take, but in the context of how management would proceed. In the areas of existing identified occupied potential or what the consolidated layers identified as potentially suitable habitat. And that has ramifications. I think some of what are worth looking at on this are the consolidated layer has a lot more interior habitat for murrelets within it compared to the draft HCP. And it implicates edge effect or edge impact considerations less than the draft HCP. There are clear research design impacts from using the consolidated layer in the MRW, especially. I can let OSU speak to that, but this is part of balancing the interests around the murrelet concerns we've been hearing, as well as research viability. There are also financial effects from using a consolidated layer, so I'll get into those in a second. I think the key takeaway on this map is this map is looking at the what was identified in the draft HCP up here in red with the hash marks as occupied habitat. The black outlined area is what the draft HCP identified as the potential habitat, model potential habitat, and then the green is the consolidated layer. You can see that it exists in areas that are beyond where the previous two layers that I mentioned exist on the forest. The other thing that we're doing through the process that we evolved and then on are where you see the pink polygons up here. Those are in pink but not in green. Those are areas of less than 65-year-old stands that are past clear cuts that were in the originally identified occupied layer, and we're moving them out because they're not they're less than 65 years that should not have been involved or in the occupied layer originally. And I think the new LiDAR data provided a way to address that, consistent with how OSU addressed it in the appendix 11 of the research proposal. So the next step in using the consolidated layer is creating a new conservation measure. This would be for the purpose of protecting interior occupied habitat from potential impacts from harvest. And you can see the methods. There's 150 proposed 150-foot buffer where the consolidated layer overlaps occupied habitat, and then 300-foot proposed buffer from either side of occupied polygons where the consolidated layer exists in between. And the way that HCP is set up, the retention requirements within those buffer areas would be presumed 100% unless those areas in the consolidated layer are surveyed under condition 7 of the draft HCP and deemed to be unoccupied. And if that's the case, retention can be feathered to a minimum of 60% retention of pre-harvest stand density. I think, and there are exceptions that are carved out here around considerations relevant to are you really going to get biological benefit from this buffering approach, and how to balance operational practicality concerns around operating in areas outside of the consolidated layer. So you can see the takeaways around all these slides. This would be a regulatory new conservation measure as part of the HCP's regulatory framework. And I think really what this conservation is all about in the HCP context is what it's a regulatory document with permit and conditions attached to it. And so what will the HCP and its all take permits allow related to the covered activities, and what will they not, or what will the regulatory programmatic permit required around conservation. So it's squarely in the realm of flexibility, the interest the board has around that. So I think I'm going to breeze through this one a little bit. This is the key map because what it shows is if you're just looking at the effect of the use of the consolidated layer on buffering or connecting between existing occupied polygons, can't do it in isolation. There are management research watershed reserves already in place as part of the research design, and so those reserves pick up a lot of the quote unquote buffering effect or connectivity effect on the landscape in the MRW already, and the consolidated layers use in that conservation measure to do additional buffering and connectivity only exists. You can zoom in on me. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here, but it doesn't exist in a way, we just say it this way, that I think the initial request or approach desired from those wanting to see buffering of edge impacts would have done it. But what it does do is try to balance the interests around the research viability through use of the consolidated layer with the interests around conservation and draw upon the existing research design and the conservation protections it provides as much as possible. Step 3 is a process-based planning revision. And this comes out of the board retreat where I think there was interest around both use of biennial planning to advance flexibility, knowing that we don't know what we don't know. At this point, we're going to know more later when treatments are proposed. And there was an interest in a bucket of buffers used at the biennial planning level or available at the biennial planning level for use. And I think this proposal, to be clear, it moves away from the bucket buffer approach and instead relies on this OSU consolidated layer approach and the science and coverage that it's based on.
That was based on feedback from services, right? In part.
It was based on feedback from OSU around the impacts of the research design and what the research design could really absorb and still be a viable study. And I think it's for OSU to address instead of just a case study example or a viable experiment, I should say. And this has been vetted with the services around understanding their concerns related to edge effect and interior protection and where they were and are around issuance criteria they have for issuance of the take permits here in the Union Speaks Act. It's balanced against the practicality of the ability of the research forest to function though.
So can you go back 2 slides to the map?
Yeah, I can blow anything up.
That's right. There's any one of those is fine. If I think I'm reading it correctly. The white area, with the exception of the hole in the donut up there, is the manageable area of acres. Would that be?
Those are the areas that aren't quote unquote encumbered by any of the consolidated layer.
Okay.
So here, I think this is Paul, thanks for doing this now, because it's a bigger point. Where you see the consolidated layer, the yellow, there is a requirement in the yellow area. So if it's occupied, it's off the table. If it's within the consolidated layer, the approach is going to be, there may be murrelets there, we don't know. Surveys would happen. If the surveys determine no occupancy, then yellow is part of the operable base. If occupancy is determined, then those acres become deemed occupied. So it's subject to that condition 7 within the HCP or the draft HCP. Anything in white outside of that is not.
So is there any protection all there? Because I mean, a lot of the trimas on that map are covered by white. Some of them are completely covered by white. those would be any buffer whatsoever. Unless they were expensive.
Yeah, and that gets at this process, Bob, around final planning, where during that process, the interests around, I mean, what is kept at the forefront of the interest around complying with the HCP and keeping the research experiment viable, but there could be balancing around conservation, financial practicality interests above and beyond that, and potentially addressing, you said, the range of retention that exists and extensive, or what to do around treatments in intensive that are adjacent to occupied. But I think to be clear, and this relates to, I think, where the conservation community lands on this is this slide, step 3, is not baking in any real regulatory outcome. The step 2 conservation measure is around buffering and connectivity, but this is a process-based approach. Environmental planning, we didn't want to just get more board was around planning, but this map depicts things. The area you can see in this map, the consolidated layer is not going to be buffering on a good number of acreage or a good amount of acreage in the forest that's adjacent to the occupied polygons. It will in some circumstances, and then the MRW reserve still has a lot of that already, but it's not an approach of full buffering around all of the occupied polygons. It's not a take avoidance approach. It is something that's intended to address the conservation outcomes, but also balance it with the research design and financial issues.
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm saying on this slide is that
Say it loud so that
Yeah.
you're a long ways from the microwave or the microwave. Microphone.
Yeah, I said we discussed, I'm not super concerned about the CRW, you know, which is where a lot of the consolidated layer lives, because the CRW was always kind of a restoration thing, no matter what, restoration. Forestry, which is supposed to take into account ecological values. If the MRW is a bit concerned, really, when you look at this, you have kind of a blob of yellow in the middle there, but not much else. Really, I mean, maybe you can pull it up a little bit, you can see more. But really, you look at that whole, for example, western edge of the whole western edge of that strip, or the whole eastern edge of that strip. There's just no buffer on that whatsoever. Most of it's unbuffered.
Yeah, and this map green is buffered effectively. Red outline.
So green is the MRW reserve.
The green shaded areas, yeah, and then if you look closely, there are
And then the green dots are where the MRW reserve and the consolidated layer overlap.
yeah, to explain the legend, yeah, so the green, what do they call this, the stippled area of that word. The green dots are where the consolidated layer and the MRW reserve overlap. The green shaded is where it's just MRW reserve. In a lot of places, it's adjacent to existing occupied habitat. And then the bright green areas, you can see, for example, right here, or down here, those are areas where the consolidated layer will play that buffering role. And then, you know, where it exists between two polygons, two existing occupied polygons, it would be the 300-foot kitchen. So I think it might be a good place to pause. I'm going to get into the CRW next, and then the offsets of this approach, as well as the other financial flexibility proposed revisions. But this doesn't, I mean, I guess my takeaway on this slide is there's a lot that's already built into the existing landscape from the MRW reserves. Interior habitat protection, you know, there's some benefit from the consolidated layer. And there's buffering or connectivity. And then in areas like this in the middle, where other areas of yellow, is pure yellow, there is a survey condition attached to those areas. And so I think OSU can speak to this in more detail, but that's part of the potential risk around the impacts of the consolidated layer to the research design. Because it could be that those areas are occupied, and it could be that they're not, and therefore operational, but it's unknown at this point.
Number of how many acres of edge like that. And then are that exposed.
I don't know if anybody from OSU can speak to it. I can answer it other way around how much this is additional. I've got another table above that I'll jump to in a second, but this speaks to the amount of additional interior habitat that's within the CRW or the consolidated layer compared to the draft HCP. But I don't know if OSU has numbers on that. Other than
Maybe one of the burning questions on this. Maybe go to the offsets.
yeah, okay. Interrupt me if there's anything else. I'll do that, and then there are slides above at the end that maybe help on that.
It's a lot to hold on to, so if you need to stop and ask questions, please do so.
Yeah.
One thing, the colors, all the different colors you have on that map make it really confusing. What might be helpful to, controls like me is if you put one color for operable, one color for non-operable, and another color for maybe. So you could maybe narrow it down to 3. I mean, by looking at that, the operable land base is very, very small. And of that, half of it's going to be controlled, or a third of it's going to be controlled. So it's
In the MRW reserves.
I mean, so that whole thing. So
Okay. Yeah, I can tell you the colors. This is an improvement on where they were. But there is a table, and maybe numerically, I mean, there's a table that gets at, okay,
that would
where are we
be a
relative?
very good addition, visual.
Okay. I might have, let me know, I'm gonna get to one and I'll ask you if that's the one. But we also have the numbers rolled up on what is the net difference between where we are now with the draft HCP and where things are going.
So Brent, just before you do the slide, this is what I'll flag, because this is sort of my job for surprise. This is one that concerns me about, because you do have that view of that fairly huge area of edge that is essentially edge. And then you have this, let's go back to that. Somewhere.
Okay. Each one will focus on the language.
It's the next one, but it's the, we'll figure out biannual operation plans, and maybe there's no answer to this at this point, but this is kind of the existential question, I think, for me, which is really, so what does that actually look like? Do we actually wind up between the extensive and intensive next to it, being able to find ways to at least buffer some of that, or is that become not realistic? Because it's a balancing act, and I get it. But I think that still becomes a big question ultimately at the end of the day, is how much of that is really left exposed.
Yeah, and to be clear, you don't get an numeric assurance on this, you get a process versus step 2, you get some assurance. But when you combine it and recombine it with the MRW reserves, it's not where your letter started. Let's do 3 buffers around all occupied. So yeah, this is part of the trade-offs and the balancing of the approach. So step 4 is within the CRW. There are concerns around given that the thinnings could be, they're one-time entry thinnings for restoration, but one-time entry and potentially taking retention down by a fair bit. And so if those thinnings are happening adjacent to occupied habitat, there would be an assurance around buffering within the CRW around restoration thinnings next to occupied polygons. And then at least 20% of the restoration thin stands would be held back as controls, and that's part of how OSU was looked at the research design related to restoration thinning within the CRW. And then in the MRW reserves right now, OSU is not intending to do any thinning within the MRW reserves. The HCP approach that PSL is landing on is, okay, keep it flexible if that someday, if there is an approach someday to do thinning in the reserves in the MRW because of whatever benefits I think the board and OSU feel like are worth achieving, the HCP wouldn't preclude that, but it would address the interior effect by having the same buffering approach in the CRW. So
Less than 65-year-old.
yes, yeah, so that you're right. Okay, yeah.
That should be put in there.
Okay, yeah, I think to be clear, the only thing that's being proposed in any of the reserves, whether it's CRW or if they were, did happen in the MRW reserves, would be in stands that are less than 65, essentially past clear cut plantations. So the overall upshot of this approach around addressing the buffer issue is there are around 920 acres of current extensive allocated land that would not have otherwise been impacted by the draft HCP that are now, as a result of the consolidated layer, going to be impacted. And I think going to be is probably a step stronger than the reality depends on whether surveys in those areas detect occupancy or not. So it's a I think the statement is around 920 acres that were not in any of the layers in the draft HCP that are extensive over forest primarily are now in the consolidated layer and subject to the survey condition that could potentially take them out of operationality. And the offset, so the commitment all along has been whatever the effects are of additional conservation in the MRW to address the murrelet issue, offset the financial impacts with that in the CRW and do it. I think this is something that we can speak to. The ratio is not 1-to-1. It's 1.5 acres of finding 1.5 acres of identified extensive habitat or allocation in the CRW for every 1 acre of impacted acres in the MRW. So the approximate offset total is around 1,375 acres that would be reallocated in the CRW to address the MRW impact from this approach. I guess I'd say on this last note on it, and I'll get into the details of the offsets. This is speaking to offsetting financial impacts. It doesn't offset the impacts to the research design. And I think OSU can speak to this more, but the stress on research design, especially in the extensives, is greater than the 920 acres here, but for approximately 920. But I think internally, there's been a process where OSU has examined its own consolidated layer and determined where it feels like the research design could still be viable despite the stress. So financial viability revisions. So the purposes of these, and I'll stop a minute and move through the maps quickly. Spare warning. The purposes are to offset the MRW impacts from the murrelet proposed buffering solution. And the second purpose is to address the board's interest that we've heard around more flexibility for the financials and more flexibility for other forestry types, especially extensive. So the approaches here are CRW offsets, and I'll go through the rest of the MRW impacts, and then set of broader post flexibility revisions to address the interests around broader financials and extensive forestry. So the approach here, and this is Upper Big Creek and Alder Creek, which are in the portions of they're not whole sub-watersheds themselves, they're portions of partial portions of watersheds within that CRW currently. The approach is to find the offset acres, approximately 1,375 within those areas, and don't do it just with an axe, but do it with conservation-based level protections in place that ensure we can keep conservation protections in the proposed HCP at a level that results in issuance of permits. So it's not a blind conservation approach, it's fairly surgical. This is the Upper Big Creek area that we talked about before, another depiction of where the yellow represents what would become extensive acres available for extensive management. Here are the rough net numbers. And then here is the Alder Creek proposed reallocation. And some of this, sorry for the noise. So we're still working on crunching the final numbers to square up the offset acres at the roughly 1375 level. And the initial boundaries for offsetting Alder Creek look messy, or broader than this. And this looked messy because it turned out that the impacts from the consolidated layer around extensives in the MRW were lower than we initially speculated. And so in landing on this approach, not all of the initial Alder Creek acreage was going to be needed to get to that 1375 offset level. So this is a bit of work in progress on the final details, but this is roughly how reallocation would look there. The other parts, the other purposes around the revisions on the financial side are not to offset, but rather find additional flexibility for financial outcomes and for the interest in different types of forestry, namely extensive. So the MRW partial, or what the draft HCPR MRW partial is one of the main areas we looked at. And I'll get to the slides with the tables and the numbers, but there are just shy of 10,000 acres that would come into a new category. Instead of calling it MRW partials, it would be called MRW flexible, which means does not mean there's no conservation layering or protection in those areas at all. This slide explains the base of protections that would exist around terrestrial and aquatic habitat, but what it does mean is though the partials would no longer be tied to, it would replace the allocations that are currently on the partials that are in turn tied to OSU's intensive, extensive, and reserve approach, and basically say there are these base layers of protection based on habitat, terrestrial and aquatic, and then areas outside of that are available for management flexibility that it's not tied to intensive, extensive, or reserves as defined by the OSU proposal. It's tied to where this board and I think OSU as manager would want to go in having flexibility to address interests around financials as well as extensive forestry or other types of forestry, including the long rotation question. So there are issues that need to be worked out, and I think feedback around like, okay, this has to be modeled financially as to what the outcomes of this MRW flexible approach would be. And so the assumption could be that those acres that are in the flexible and encumbered category could be managed at less than 60-year rotations, or they could be managed at 100 or longer rotations, and there are implications around the financials for doing that, and implications around extensive, or the interest the board has in extensive forestry or partnerships with the tribe of the Coos Class. I used to lot of others around this. I think to be clear, it's not, we don't know exactly what the financial net is of this approach versus the current draft HCP approach. But this is the proposed path, and how could you free up flexibility compared to what we've got now? So within that space, there are two areas of current MRW partials that are call outs here. One's East Hackney and one's this Spotted Owl Circle 46 area that the board's talked about previously and that we've looked into more. Overall, though, within the MRW partials, if you do the conservation overlays that are in the proposed approach, there's a range of potentially probably 30 to 585 acres in current MRW partial reserves that are largely, I wouldn't want to say exclusively, but largely in less than 65 stands that would become available. But I think the main points are, one big area of this is in this area around Spotted Owl 46 to the lower left of the screen. I don't know if folks can see that. And this is a big, roughly 400 acre chunk in here, it's yellow. The rest of the areas are scattered, and they may not be, they may or may not be operable. They may not be operable due to steepness, they may not be operable due to access. But there is a range where some acres can be freed up as currently within our MRW reserve or partial reserves. And then there are other potential financial effects from managing in a flexible way, not the purely identified OSU extensive intensive reserve. East Hackney, this is a hot button one and deserves its own call out. So we haven't, ESL has only done an analysis depiction of the current HCP. East Hackney is within the HCP permit boundary now. Due to land board action, but how exactly it would come into the forest and under what management hasn't been defined. And so the proposal would be to define it this way, where you can see instead of the ESL allocation or analysis allocation being extensive in every area intensive in every area outside of the green, it would be protect the reserves and then consolidate it later. Dedicate or allocate the rest of it to extensive, and then where you have this Spotted Owl Circle down here, it would be managed at 50% extensive retention chart, which is consistent with HCPSA requirements. The other change within the MRW partials, aside from that overall MRW flexible approach, is in this Spotted Owl Circle 46 area for Palouse Creek. This is how it currently looks in the allocations. So this is the draft HCP version of it. This is that Spotted Owl Circle that would be the revisions being abandoned and removed. And so then you're left with aquatic and terrestrial or habitat layers in the area. So the approach had been, we've kind of been at a point of, we don't think there's that much there in Spotted Owl 46. It's complex due to a lot of aquatic and terrestrial issues. It's questionable how much operational plus up you could get if you were to remove the circle and reallocate it. I think when we scratched a bit deeper, there are some things that can be done, including moving this area that's out here in green. You have to look closely, but the rough boundary of the CRW. This is an expansion using the MRW reserves largely to add acreage into the CRW while pulling other areas out of the CRW at the top and over here. And then this area right here that's in got a darkish yellow. And it's adjacent acreage right here. This is that roughly 400 acre chunk that I mentioned in the previous slide, where it's not within spotted owl habitat anymore. It's not within murrelet habitat. There is some, it is greater than 65. And it does have heterogeneous good standing qualities. So the approach under this proposal is move a bunch of it into the CRW because it's existing reserve, and then take some acres out of existing MRW reserve and move them into extensive with a 50% minimum retention. And that's aimed at achieving the flexibility in this area of essentially 5 acres related to interest in extensive and find flexible approaches on the financials. So the other thing to note about these changes are the CRW aquatic buffers would apply to the acreage that's moved from MRW reserve into the CRW. And there is a good chunk of high intrinsic potential coho habitat here within an important independent population for coho. So there's some benefit there around the aquatic side of the field as well. So here are the tables. Let me just switch slides. This has been long. I appreciate you all bearing with me.
Can you stop screen sharing and then start again?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna this slide.
Yeah, everybody sees that, 4 more slides.
Yeah, 4 more. And I'm sure everybody read all of these in advance. So here's what it looks like. Paul, I don't know if this helps, but this is the current graph HTP on the left. This is basically the allocations as they look in the current graph. These are the allocations proposed on the right. So you can see down here where the CRW would change. You can see up here and right here where the CRW acres would come out. You can see tacky added here. And then you can see this darkish yellow MRW flexible designation around the outside. And so the aggregated acres are in a couple tables. I don't want to dwell on these, but some of what we were trying to address was interest around offsetting the MRW impacts from murrelets, increasing extensive acreage, their acreage on the forest, or availability for it for management, and then flexibility to address the financials or other types of forestry, namely extensive. So I think where you get is the net, and there's some refinement that has, this is caveated on this table. So I'll get my homework moment. My computer crashed last night, and so I haven't been able to get the refinements that ICF has done to this, but we got it pretty close. To good enough yesterday, and I wanted to show it because it reveals the proposed approach in blue, the current approach in orange. There would be a reduction in acres in the CRW. There would be an increase in acres at the roughly 2,000 level for extensive acres. Slight reduction in intensive acres, and this increase of movement right here, where you would now have 9,829 acres of MRW flexible, not all of which would be operable because, as these sub numbers indicate, a good chunk of those are within, this is just murrelet habitat, to say nothing of the aquatic protections or spotted owl protections. But you get 989 or 9,829 acres of what were formerly these 10,000 acres of MRW partials converted to flexible. So we'll do the raw movement of numbers, but I think that was part of the response to that I sent yesterday to Paul, your email about what is this really getting us or netting us? And I think the point to land on is it's not, this does make a movement around changing, reducing CRW acres, both to address the MRW conservation offsets and flexibility for the financials and extensives. It does increase extensive acres overall. Does increase flexibility for different types of forestry and for the financials, but I think the point in my mind is that this is DSL's approach to revising where things are and what we would move into the HCP revisions, given the timeline. What we don't know is, does it cause anybody here to fall off? And it may not be enough. It's not attempting or designed to address all of the financial viability concerns that are kind of ongoing board discussions, but it attempts to be responsive to what we've heard from the board while trying to keep you all on board. I just don't know if it's, you know, it's a balancing act, and so whether it's enough for everybody around change, it's not really my call or DSL's call. We just have to move forward with the HCP.
So let me pause there for a second. And with an eye towards the clock, I want to see if prospective board members to clarifying questions right now, because I want to make sure OSU has a chance to, with Shannon in particular, the whole team have been like intimately involved in the like very detailed work to try to help figure this out. And I think it's important that you have an opportunity to give voice to some of your questions or concerns and thoughts about this. We want to make sure we protect a little bit of time for that, and then go to the question, Brett, that you posed of like, does it tip anybody from thumbs up to thumbs down or sideways and thumbs down? You know, and I think knowing, and I'll preface all of this by nobody's being asked to sign anything today. Ultimately, you know, there are more pieces of this puzzle that have to be put together. I think it's a question of, can we move forward on those next pieces, or are there some really serious arguments that folks have that would prevent you from wanting things forward? So clarifying questions, OSU, and then we're going to come back to the board.
Yeah. One thing before I failed to do this was actually I saw my phone. I was over on Memorial Day in the local cemetery, taking care of graves that I do. And I took a picture for everybody at one of the Hackey graves in Freeport. I was going to send it all to you and say, see, they really do exist. And I forgot to do that. So it's on my phone. My apologies. But the question I want to ask, I want to ask Shannon, I want to ask Ryan. And because you have sat through hours of our concerns on this issue, and from harvest and revenue generation perspectives, and from habitat conservation perspectives, without asking us first, I want to get your input on whether you think this is as close as we can get to not a perfect world for any of us, but beginning to answer the concerns that we have that we all share. So, Shannon, you want to go first, or Ryan, you want to go first?
I'll read off of you and then I'll.
Okay, sounds
wrap
good.
my answer this.
Well, I think, you know, Ryan, you working with DSL and the ICF teams, we're looking at those areas of the CRW and put some work into figuring out what that multiplier is. And as Brett said, I mean, there's adjustments that are being made based on the assumptions and the number of acres that this proposal is looking for in those areas. And once we have that, along with all of these other pieces, we can model that scenario. So looking at those two areas in PRW, that offset is based on the multiplier, which has assumptions that Ryan could best speak to. The MRW partials turning that into a flexible approach. We've had a lot of conversations about this with the DSL and OSU teams. Moving those into a different allocation and more of a flexible allocation may give you some flexibility to try the silvicultural approaches. So it does give you more ability to find additional extensive acres. We talked about this at a previous meeting. There was interest in looking at longer rotations in those areas. So from a silvicultural perspective, that does maybe create more flexibility than the current allocations. Current allocations that are in there stemmed from my understanding, and Katie and others who were part of those conversations can please add to this, but the current allocations stem from conversations that happened back when Charlotte Creek and Blue Creek were moved from the MRW to the CRW. And there were reasons to do that. And I think we've seen the benefits of that given some of the natural resource concerns that Steve slopes in those areas. To balance that out, 2 sub-watersheds were moved from the CRW to the MRW. I have some slides open now. Those sub-watersheds were smaller. And so one of the things that the MRW partials, then the revision process there, it looked at balancing the research and it also looked at trying to balance the financials. And so the team that worked on that, including Dan, looked at basically all the less than 65 acres in MRW partials that could be intensive and put them in intensive, and the greater than 65 into reserve, and there's a small number of acres in between extensive. So I guess this is a long answer to your question, but if you're now thinking about framing that as more of a flexible space, you need to talk about what the goals and objectives are. If it's to increase extensive, if it's to open up more opportunities for longer rotation, that may have intensive, that may have long-term financial benefits. In the short term, I think from what we've discussed and what I've heard from other members of the OSU team as well, if you're moving any of those intensive acres out of that 60 rotation, there's concern that will not help the near-term financials. So that's a balance.
So it qualified sort of.
It depends on, I mean, in order to model it, we need to know exactly. We can't just model an MRW flexible. We need to know exactly what are we going to change in there. And we can model a couple of different scenarios, but we need to have that clarity.
Yeah, so there's no perfect solution, obviously. I'll speak to more of the offsets that will result from the potential consolidated layer in the reallocation, the sort of buffering already. So I think we've done the best we could to not make the financial situation worse with these new areas. So I think it's a pretty good solution. As far as the larger financial picture, this won't really, I see, help that in a big way. So that would just take, a complete view. So what we're trying to do is not make the financial picture worse and try to make it a little bit better. So I think this is a pretty good solution. I think we've gone through this in different ways, and so we can skim the cat.
So a little bit better than what we had before. Yeah, before, I mean, once we already, once those obstacles.
Yeah, about green. Yeah, I think we're in a little bit better shape.
Before.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was also offering everything. Yeah, that's the so yeah, we're going to come up with a pretty good solution. I think really the larger financial piece is going to be handled in the cost side of the equation. So it's going to be a budget. So that's going to be a top line, but that's going to be more of that financial.
So I apologize.
paraphrase, and then the question is, so that it puts us in a small, if you know what you're doing, that models right, puts us in a small financial.
Right.
And then, so then the question for us is the small financial reviews worth the selling of the slightly cheap? And that's not what I'm asking you, I'm just asking. And just like, is that,
Thanks, and it's actually, I think it actually is a question to OSU, and the other piece is just so everybody's kind of tracking multiple, and I may not get all of them, but in addition, I think you've done kind of flexibility is what I heard, Brad. Increased extensive acreages, and you've addressed, or potentially addressed, you've attempted to address the buffering question, right? So there are it's trying to solve for multiple things at once. There's a question posed now, I think nicely, to Shannon and Tom and the team, sort of, how does this sit for OSU with respect to research and research plan?
Well, I've got some slides I can pull up, and one of them is a diagram that shows.
Yeah, we got about 30 minutes.
I don't want to take, I want to leave as much time as we can for.
No, I mean, this is your time. That's great. Bob, it's a
question. So that last slide you showed, Brad, are those categories overlapping? I'm trying to act on my head, go down the screen, or are they, is that the 8,000?
So some of them are overlapping, and so one of the columns is MRW occupied, and the other column or within MRW within occupied. Another column is within consolidated layer. So the consolidated layer is an umbrella that includes occupied. So there's that overlap.
I guess the one I was after is there's a blue column where you have CRW reserves, FRW reserves, and riparian reserves. And I'm just curious whether it's distinct or right there.
Yeah.
So that dark.
The way it attempts to carve it out, Bob, is distinct. This is the one that's in the proposal, and then yeah, the way it attempts to carve it out is they're distinct.
And that slide's not in our.
No, this is the one where
Correct.
computer crash, so it will come to you. I just want to get the final, yes, this is accurate.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to dig down here, but I want to dig down somewhere.
That's great, and I also appreciate that for everybody, the interrelationship between all of the various things I just said, plus the interrelationship of the bigger question that you're driving at, and I know is on everybody's mind. So how does this, what is the overall financial picture, and how does this relate? That this is, I'm just being do a little bit of cognitive dissonance in terms of not going straight there, but we're just not ready to have that. We don't have all the information ready for you today to have that conversation. And as Brett and others have said, this hasn't been modeled yet. So we know that's the next part of this conversation. Very much.
Okay, so wanting to leave plenty of time for discussion. We just have a couple of slides that we put together that try to address some of these. Really, in large part, keep the question that you asked about impacts on research design and some of the things that we're seeing. Just wanted to start here with, again, a look at the big picture. At our last board meeting, Peggy Lynch suggested revisiting our mission for Oregon and keeping that in mind. So in that spirit, kind of zooming back up to the big picture, which I know we've talked about quite a bit, but is very important, is that this design is highly integrated. And because of that, any changes that we make, particularly if there are a lot of changes all at once, or changes that pull in opposite directions, can have a pretty significant impact. And throughout the entire last few years, this has been an iterative process. So, the original research proposal was developed by OSU, modified several times through input from the advisory committee, the public, scientific community. And that's a process that we are still in right now, making these modifications. But with each of these, it's really important that we keep this big picture in mind, that we can't just solve for one of these or look at one in isolation. It's looking at the conservation viability, the research viability, and the financial viability all together. If we leave one of these out, then this research forest won't be on its firm footing. So there's a need to look at the landscape level integrity. So in looking at the triad research design, this is a figure that probably looks familiar. It's from the research proposal. There's the triangle here with the three sides being intensive, extensive, and reserve. And then this line and these circles here represent the components of the triad. So at one end over here, you have the reserve with intensive subwatersheds, which are 50% intensive, 50% reserve. At the other end here, the 100% extensive subwatershed. The pink here are the triad E, and the blue are the triad I. And so in the research design, these are all aligned with a series of replicates, most at 9 or 10 replicates. When we look at the impact of the consolidated layer and the HCP conditions, and Brett described a lot of these in the PowerPoint presentation that he had put together, the consolidated layer covers more area of the older extensive, so the greater than 65 extensive. It picks up more of that area as potential high value habitat for mirrolets. And so from a research design perspective, and with the conditions in the HCP to survey, and if there is no occupancy detected, you would be able to operate in those areas according to the HCP research design. If you survey an occupancy, then those areas become part of the occupied layer and conditions in the HCP. So from a research perspective, because of that uncertainty, we don't know if or where mirrolets may be found on those surveys. This figure shows the change of not counting on basically the greater than 65 inexpensive being a part of these subwatershed. And so what you get is where all of these replicates in the triad E have been clustered right on this line. Now there's 2 of them that fit those conditions. And the other subwatersheds, if we take out the greater than 65 from our certainty of being able to operate, they start to shift over here along this line. So you're losing replication. The same thing here with the triad I's. You've got 3 that still fit on this line and others that are shifted over. You can see the greatest impact in the triad E here. So what we're looking at is maintaining the experimental design as a whole, recognizing the constraints in the HCP and looking for areas of how we can create flexibility within research design while holding the research design itself. So that's what the OSU team has been working on and is continuing to work on. The HCP adjustments are, kind of pushing the balance of that flexibility, but there is flexibility that is built into this research design. What we're working on and what is really important is with these replicates, if you don't have the replication built into the experimental design in a way that allows you to statistically analyze the information coming out of this research design and be able to apply it more broadly, then really you're looking at more of a case study, which is not the vision that is in the research proposal for a world-class research forest. So another piece of this is developing the analytical tools, and alongside the work that's been happening on looking at all of the different areas that came out of the board retreat conversations. There's been a lot of work happening on developing analytical tools to get a clearer picture of what this looks like. The same way that the tools were developed for the financial analysis, we have several models now that we can work with. So one is a preliminary habitat analysis that OSU has been working on in close conversation with DSL, ICF, and Fish and Wildlife. And we are just getting that preliminary habitat analysis now. It contains in it the development of the new harvest schedule, as well as from a habitat perspective within the consolidated layer, a look at direct effects, as well as in the occupied layer and the edge effects. The other piece of this is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and their take analysis, which they're working on in close concert with this habitat analysis. This is really the first step. And so what we heard from several members of this Prospective board and from Fish and Wildlife is that this analysis is really critical to see where we are with all of these different measures. The other piece here is that it's important for the CRW to get credit for mitigation to help offset take. And currently, the CRW is set up as described in the research proposal, the research design, but it's being counted as minimization of HCP rather than as mitigation. And so that plays into the overall U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and all of our work at forest and the take analysis.
Could you just be a little more clear on the impact that has then on the how that impacts the potential design
Of the CRW.
of the MRW?
Of the MRW.
The CRW mitigation, not getting credit for the mitigation, all that impacts the potential trial implementation by design as stated.
So with the HCP and the permit, Brett, please speak to this too. There is a take analysis that's required as part of the HCP that basically calculates the anticipated level of take for a given species. So marbled murrelet and the mitigation that's provided by the minimization that's provided by the conservation measures conditions in the HCP. And so if we're in a situation where all of the conservation measures in MRW, including the consolidated layer, including the MRW reserves, the RCAs, are not enough to offset the projected take and the stay ahead provision, then we would either need to make more adjustments in the MRW, which would impact the research design, or we would need to actually be gaining mitigation credit for the CRW, which was partially what that CRW was created to do.
Thank you.
That's a conversation that we'll have with the services. I think OSU's done a lot of great work around the habitat suitability analysis and analyzing the fact that not every acre is really equal, and there's an approach that feeds into the visual take analysis that is really valuable around habitat suitability. Part of this is not a no-take HCP, and DSL feels like there is a lot built in, and there should not be any additional mitigation in CRW, but it's also a question. I don't know that it was ever intended that the CRW would not count at all in the context of how the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is balancing and offsetting very calculated take. So it's a conversation that is one I want with them and folks that have been on HCP for far longer than me.
I think it was the assumption of all involved on the board
least from the OSU team, that level of protection by creating a large block CRW would count in mitigation credit towards the rest of the activities on the course. It would be crazy for it not to. It's an amazing, it's an enormous giveaway from a research and financial viability perspective. It has.
Well, and there's the balancing with this before this conversation around where to land, where the carbon project question. And that's a lot of nations, I think that's separate.
Yeah, it's
Not related, and a lot of related constructs have been around. Keeping the potential for a conversation on carbon budget viable. And that relates to this question of how the CRW is being treated.
So to capture the time frame and decision point, so there's a week, was it, that was needed to make a proposal back to next Fish and Wildlife Service?
Yeah, that would be a list.
So would, and OSU has some modeling or work to do to try to figure out the impacts of all this from a financial and kind of research design standpoint. So I guess the question is, will you know enough in a week that you could say, yeah, I think this will work for us, and therefore, you know, if everybody's in agreement to then proceed with kind of this package of changes that Brett's described?
From a financial modeling standpoint, we have several models that we're working with right now. One is the simplified model and the new harvest schedule that
The simplified one being Eric Farm.
Eric Farm, the spreadsheet. The work that has been done, including and the work that's ongoing, including some of the things that we're talking about today, the CRW, that would need to go into that model. Without confirming with Eric first, that has less of a time component than the FB&G model. So Mason, Bruce, and Gerard is estimating probably a couple of weeks turnaround time on modeling a scenario, but they need the specifics of, for example, the MRW flexible. What scenario exactly are we interested in modeling there? Is it using the current allocations that have more intensive and reserve? Is it moving some of them to extensive and some of them to longer rotation? So those are the types of details that we would need to get.
So
clear.
can Brett provide enough details if that is what people kind of were proposing and it's acceptable from other standpoints? Is that the level of detail that you need or the modeler would need to answer those questions, or are you saying you need something?
We need more in some areas, in particular the partials and sort of exactly where in CRW. Some parts of the proposal are clear, and we would be able to work with NBG on that. But there are so many changes in the proposal that just modeling some of them and not all of them doesn't really give an accurate picture. So we need to have those other areas solidified first. And Brett, I think one of the things that you had proposed was working with, again, that subgroup of the Prospective board and any others who are interested in those updated models and areas of financial analysis.
Yeah, I think a little quick on that. Like, I don't. We're PSL not putting this forward because something that addresses everybody's concerns around the financials. And part of the financials conversation is not just what are the financial impacts of these proposed divisions. It's other things that relate to what, if any money is going to be coming forward out of this session around funding, budgeting, startup costs. What are the the conversation about potential carbon revenue is another one. Then there's the cost side conversation that the board is like an ongoing discussion of related to the size of the cost side of the budget, which also is a financial decision. So it feels like
it would be relevant to get as much information as fast as possible and bring it into that. Knowing that some cheap work will be ongoing, but there are relevant conversations to be having on the financial side of those people who you mentioned. ESL just can't wait, given the timeline on their revision and made an effort to try to fix them. Both the Mirrorlet buffer, lack of buffer issue, but also the broader, in offsetting that finish, but also the broader interest around the financial flexibility for expenses. Knowing that it's, that you can model it, but job one was how do we change things to address the board's feedback and fix options.
Say, Vicky, so I'm gonna ask you a question. So being our Salem guru, what's your better, what's the timeline, early or late, that you're ending out in the session, back in the special session?
Oh, well, they can't sign any die in the Senate without a quorum. And if they have a quorum, I anticipate someone's gonna do a call to the Senate and get them all in there to do their job, so. I don't know. This is the longest. I mean, the walkouts have increased year after year after year, but this one is the longest one, and I just can't predict. There's just such a personality conflict between the minority leader and the Senate president.
But so sooner or later, and here, like in Washington, and I've talked to our school superintendent last night. Schools are beginning to panic, right? Because they don't have a sense of what that budget's going to look like.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
So let me.
Well, that's exactly right, and there's concern about the school budgets. The rest of our budgets, we have enough money to last until September.
Okay, all right. So let me. We will do a legislative. All right.
No.
Right. So we'll do a legislative. We're going to do an update on that next. But so do you have other pieces you want to cover on this?
I have 2 more slides.
Okay.
One of them we already partially discussed, so I can wrap this up.
That's great.
So just another view of the consolidated layer, and Brett put up some tables that showed the differences in what we're looking at the consolidated layer versus the current HCP draft. From a 30,000 foot view, we're looking at greater than 65 acres in extensive in a consolidated layer. It's 3,190 acres, and some of those are occupied, and some of those are modeled. So that's the big picture. The consolidated layer, where it looks at an additional acreage outside of the occupied habitat that's already in the HCP. It's based on looking at interior habitat, and again, there's that HCP survey requirement. And then we talked about the MRW flexible. Just a note that the 585 acres that the analysis identified in MRW partials and reserve that could be brought over into other management. As Brett noted, a sizable amount of that is in Goose Creek in the southwest corner, where that spotted owl 46 is that has been determined to be abandoned. And there are some different analysis of what the overall acreage could be. Up to 585 acres, but it could be less than that. So that's just another piece to share. And that I'll stop sharing it.
Let me just make a couple of comments, because maybe this relates to Keith's comment earlier. First of all, I really appreciate the effort, Brett, of going in and trying to figure out a solution. We have 2 sort of, conflicting interests that are pushing opposite directions. We have 2. Well, okay, we'll just cover that. But there's in conservation interests around buffering, and there are financial viability interests, and they're pushing opposite direction. And one thing that we kind of need, and so I really appreciate the effort that went into trying to figure out a solution. And I think it's a pretty reasonable solution. It does create a bunch of uncertainty for us that has to be modeled, and we have to, and that's what, we've been talking about. I think one really important thing to keep in mind is that nothing's static, right? I mean, we keep looking at maps and numbers like they're going to stay the same. They're not. Things are going to happen. And when we did the original analysis, we laid out this, the map that basically Shannon had up there with the big bold colors in it that were like, here's a partial, here's a sub watershed that's going to be intensive. Here's one that's extensive. And I think a lot of people look at it and they just think, God, that's all going on the ground immediately. And of course it's not. It's a temporal process that gets those experiments on the ground. And by the time we get 20 years down the road, we'll have a certain amount of the experiment implemented, and a lot will have changed in that time frame, or maybe modest changes in that time frame. If there's a fire, what if always come back to NSO 46 or whatever it was, that it, we're right back to where we were, and we're not ahead, we're behind. And so my general feeling is that, and this kind of relates to what Keith had said, as it's a mistake to look at these as absolute numbers. They're all model numbers, they're all BS, but they're the best estimates that we have for the time being to implement a long-term research program that's going to run over 100 years. And we're going to get it on the ground 2 years from now. We'll start getting it on the ground, or a year and a half from a year, I don't know, a year from now, we get it on the ground. December, December, fine. We're getting it on the ground, and we'll start one piece at a time, and we'll learn things as we go, and we'll be monitoring for occupied habitat, and it's going to change in different places. And I just think our best bet is to focus on that original model that we put in front of us in terms of here's the structure of the research program, here's the acreage that we have to work with, here's where some potential buffering is going to go, here are the, here's partials on the outside that can be brought in if need be, but not get down into the weeds to these really specific numbers, shifting things around, and keep the design as is, and do the FMP based on that design, because it's all wrong at some level. It's good, it's a good estimate, but it's not 100% right. And we're going to get the research on the ground, and it will be incremental. It's not that whole sub watershed is converted overnight, and that's been the biggest problem for us in general. Is people have this image in their mind of the whole forest getting converted. What that looks like on a map is an instantaneous thing. It's a long, slow process, and a learning process in which we will have to modify certain things no matter what. And that's where the adaptive management piece comes in, and that's also where some flexibility in the existing models. So
just so I'm clear in terms of what you're planning to say, are you suggesting don't take any of these proposed modifications and go back to the original proposal as is, no amendments? So we've done a second proposal.
Generally, with some maybe, what I'm saying is, if we start to open up the CRW, move things out of CRW, and try to move things in from partials and get down to specific numbers, we're going to get in trouble.
And that was my last question, kind of trying.
That's what I meant. I was trying to address your question. I guess not articulating.
No, I mean,
And I, we talked about this during the retreat in terms of, you don't have to blast open you don't have to say that the CRW is 100% in I don't know how it's been described in a way that takes it, that allows the carbon potential to be considered. But we've already said that 20% is of the managed units are not going to be managed or stored or have in operations. It could be expanded out to 50%, and that chunk of the CRW is fully, we have full credit for that portion of the CRW as mitigation credit, and it eliminates that part of the problem that we face within the MRF.
Thomas, I mean, assuming we could address and resolve the concern with this fish on offset intake. And I'm wondering on the MRW partials. I think they've always been looked at as not part of the whole research sub-watershed replicates. They're partial watersheds outside of that that are separately research. And so the approach, just like, let's not have the HCP tie those up or constrain them any more than is needed to get used and it'll take permits. And then leave them flexible for future discretion. And it doesn't, I guess, part of the assumption is it doesn't mess up research design. And if they're used for, because they're not in the research design, if they're used for shutting out treatments that would eventually go into the full sub-watershed replicates, and that's also on the table. So I'm a little confused as to why the concern over the MRW partials. Yeah, I think what I heard you say, I thought was if we take those out, we start messing with them.
No, that's not what I said. No, I said if we start messing with the CRW and start taking units out of the CRW to, augment the losses to the MRW. We're just shifting around our problems for one, and we're trying to come up with short-term solutions, and we open up the design to change that opens the notion that, well, then let's do this, and then let's do that, and we're going to be honest with the slope from that perspective. And again, we don't know really what's on the ground until we get out there and start to operate, and we can operate in safe spaces. Bob, you were looking at that white chunk and looking at edge effects, and stay the hell away from those edge effects in the short term while we work into the project.
And then you're to take avoidance, which is what we're.
No, that's what I'm
doing.
Well,
You're staying away from those edges.
No. Let me clarify, please, Paul, before, because what I'm trying to say is that we are issued an incidental paper by continuing on that path, getting credit for the CRW, which we're not getting credit for currently. So we have the incidental permit. We have license to operate in the areas that we've all agreed upon in the original design. And but we do some, we're doing survey and manage in those areas where there are significant constraints. I was just saying that we get on the ground where there's no controversy. Begin.
But I'm trying to formulate where I am, and I guess the colors on the map I kept easily about that little, and I don't call it a white chunk, I call it a little white sliver. The fact that Fish and Wildlife, as it is right now, that they won't issue us an incidental take permit for that little piddly piece of real estate that we're contemplating managing is ridiculous. So I guess I'm at the point right now where I said, to hell with them. If they won't issue a permit on that, then let them kill it. And that's a benefit, because they'll see how how broken this system is. Because if we can't get a permit to operate that little tiny piece of real estate, then the system is completely broken, which I think it is. So the hell with it. I look at that map and the effect that we're gonna have on it is not. By the time you put time into it, it's ridiculous to even think that we won't get a permit. And if they don't want to give us a permit, then let them break it. But quite frankly, I've reached the end of my patience, bickering back and forth about, what little tiny bit is left. So if they don't want to issue a permit, fine.
So I guess if the idea is put the status quo forward, aside, aside from what U.S. Fish decides, I guess some of our assumptions are status quo does not meet the interest of those who have raised the MRW unit population, doesn't meet the interest of those who want more flexibility, more extensive acres. And all in the MRW population always said, well, I don't have anything to go on that. But if it's going to happen, get offset it. We've done that, but there's also been an interest in the board and how we get more flexibility for more extensive acres, more flexibility for financials. But I think Tom, if this is what you're saying, none of that, if we go with the status quo proposal, nothing would happen on Aggie, and it goes to 46, the MRW partials, the MRW, they used to consolidate it, wasn't there. And I don't know how we address all the issues. Status quo. I thought this conversation came out of the statement. The status quo doesn't work as very important. So I have to admit.
So I think you're gonna have to speak to how your plan for break is kind of made. Well, first of all, I don't think it's different. I think what we're talking about is 17,000 acres, that's 17,000 acres of intensive, so 34,000 out of 82,000 is not an insignificant portion. It's a conservation oriented approach for sure. So I don't see it as a sliver. And I think also, that's it doesn't include the bidding, the CRW as well. That's significantly more. So I think calling it a sliver is
Accurate.
I do think that the buffering issue is real. The idea of, I know Tom, you want credit for the CRW, and I don't oppose credit for the CRW, but I do think there's still a principle of not losing existing habitat now, the promise of habitat in 50 or 100 years for a listed species. That's always been a concern. So the habitat doesn't need to habitat so time. While you're eroding the base, that's contrary to problem rollout management. So I guess what I would say to answer your question is, I think we're getting there. I mean, in some ways, this doesn't. I worry too because it's big manipulation 4 years in. Doesn't mean that it's any better or worse than done previously. And I think we're finding ways to move things around that are even somewhat consistent. I think the biggest risk is to the
the triad approach, on your slide where it showed everything shifting, it's the concern here. I don't think the financial stuff changes that much. I don't think the overall numbers change that much. I think the question becomes, does this really disrupt the triad? And well, I see what I'm saying, sorry. But I do agree with you that I think there's a lot of places that you can go right off the bat, are not controversial. I mean, you have to work with a pretty big palette to play with. And so there is the opportunity not to take voids, but to at least get off the ground in the next decade in ways that are not controversial. I think that would be smart regardless. So we need to go to the problem spots first and go to places that we work easily on and get moving. And we think things will change. I agree with you on that as well. And we'll have to adapt as we go. I don't know. Does that help?
I don't know if it helps, but I think it's important that people know where you're at. Like, I think, and I think question part is like that an effort was made by ESL in conjunction with the OSUC to try to address the concerns that the board had put forward. Not all of them, just some of them. And I can't remember exactly how you framed it, but this just doesn't cause you to come off. I think your sideways or
And does it accomplish it? I mean, honestly, do we actually?
and that's why it's important that's why I called out Bob, because he had raised one of the concerns and
Well, I think it does accomplish something. It helps address the concerns you raised, the first concerns you raised in our comments. Fish and Wildlife raised. Canada is as far as I wanted to know in the comments earlier. There's still a huge amount of buffer that we thought was buffered. It's not.
If you thought it was buffered, how can you say there's 17,000 people?
Because we were using your numbers with our assumptions.
But they're never written anywhere in the comments or in the documentation that was delivered to the rest of the team.
We asked. So,
Okay, well,
and then we kept hearing
Yes,
that.
it's not been, well, it doesn't appear anywhere in that. And the Kim Nelson data issue that was raised, I went back and looked at that, it was all about occupied habitat, wasn't specifically about buffers. There's no, I'm not trying to make an issue of this, the buffering issue, when we agreed on acreage, the acreage was about, here's the acreage that would be in play for research purposes, and the research is management on the course. We all agreed on here's what this would look like. And we all, frankly, we all assumed that the CRW would deliver mitigation credit. And there seems to be a disconnect in our understanding of what's minimization versus mitigation. If we're not thinking about it in those terms, we're costing ourselves in terms of not addressing, not being able to proceed in a way that would have worked under the instances of mitigation credit for the series.
I didn't hear that, because I heard that say over and over and over again, that they weren't going for credit for that, and certainly said this over and over again, because they were going for the carbon credits. And we always said good, because we don't want to trade future habitat for current habitat, so that was always part of the calculus as well. If you
I
was
must have missed that meeting.
said that.
I just hear that it wasn't mitigation until after the legislation. That was the first time, and I about fell out of my chair. All along, I thought that reserve was mitigation that we needed to have to that. And maybe it was in the very first meeting that I missed, but I never heard that.
Can I ask Melissa?
May I speak up for a moment?
Yeah, you're really loud. You're speaking up.
Sorry. I just want to jump in and note that, in section 10, it's not just mitigation you're looking at, but you're looking at measures that are avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating. And so this HCP was structured in a very specific way such that the CRW would be viewed as an avoidance and minimization measure versus a mitigation measure. That doesn't mean you don't get credit for it. It's just looked at differently. And like Brett said, we're in active conversations right now with Fish and Wildlife Service around how they are intending to treat that. But, under section 10, there are sort of those three tenets in how you look at your offsets.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, I don't know the question of does this do anything. If the consolidated layer doesn't help around the lead issues and finding additional extensive acreage and flexibility or extensive doesn't help, then that's what we need to do. I guess if it's like, okay, if it doesn't go far enough, that's one thing. If it doesn't help, then why were we going down this path of changing the plot plan? I don't know.
In this, what is the difference in the big picture between it? I think Melissa said minimization, mitigation, and avoidance. So she said that it was looked at as minimization and avoidance, but not mitigation. So in practice, what is the difference rather than in terms of the way the agency look at it?
So when you're sort of balancing the checkbook, you look at what are the actions you're doing that are going to avoid and minimize impacts to your species? What are the effects that remain? And then what is required to, mitigate that so you end up with a, net even. So you do take that avoid and minimize into consideration as part of the overall package. And that was my understanding from the onset, similar to those, that was how the CRW would be treated as a, avoidance and minimization that would be counted towards the overall component of this. And those acres do show up in the biological goals and objectives as, set asides that would grow forward and provide habitat for the covered species.
Thank you.
Well, so Brett, I really appreciate what you've done, and I think it does address many of the comments that were raised by board members. And so I think that's very helpful. If it throws the research design completely askew, then we don't want to. I don't think we want to go down that road. But I think that Tom, your comments and well, it's hard to predict what the future is going to look like, in 20 years or 50 years in some of these things, and there's going to be modifications made anyway. I mean, that resonates well with me. So I don't know what path the best path is to get the HCP, get the XL take, get all that figured out and decided. But if the issues that or the suggestions that have been brought forward by Brennan, if that works within that system, then I think that is something that at least I would like in terms of more expensive acreage and so forth, a little bit more flexibility. But if it throws the research design into a quandary, then I don't think that's the direction we want to go. And I agree. Ultimately, it sounds like we're kind of a tight time frame for getting the decisions made and the final proposals to the services. So whatever works for that process is, I think, fairly critical.
So at the moment, I'm kind of right here on.
Is that a sideways stuff?
That's, I guess, I'm changing the original. But what we do need to realize is while things will change over time, given that HCP, once we get that incidental takeaway, that will set in stone for the years, certain parameters that we will have to live with. So those things aren't changing, won't change. We have to figure out how to get through the process. On one hand, all of put forward a proposal. If they say no, then we go back to bias. But one way or the other, it's the. But back to same thing that was existing before. So,
Yeah, that's on that. Which is that the alternative is to go with no take. And no take looks like every
The
single.
alternative to changes or no changes.
The alternative of getting no HCP.
Yes, okay.
The process closed up, is go back to no take. No take looks like existing marble mullet habitat is all protected with 300-foot buffers on it. And all potential habitat is surveyed and protected with 300-foot buffers on it if it has for less than. That's what we're looking at. That's the no action alternative.
But when you say no action, you mean if it blows up, but that's not sticking with the existing design, that is.
No, I'm putting the third alternative.
Can I chime in quickly?
Oh. Comment there, well, he's been lurking, I guess.
Been lurking. I'm sorry, I can only hear maybe 50% of what's being said, so I've been trying to follow the best I can. I wanted to respond, Bob, to your comment that under a take avoidance scenario that we would be required to have 300-foot buffers on any occupied habitat. That's BS. I mean, come on, do you see industrial forest landowners implementing 300-foot buffers adjacent to BLM lands? No. We're at a place right now with the draft habitat conservation plan that we're more restricted in management than we would be under a take avoidance scenario. So having to choose between the two right now, absolutely, I would want to take avoidance scenario. I absolutely do not want the HCP to move forward as it is now, as it was with the draft or with additional provisions, conservation restrictions on management. I've said at the last few meetings that additional buffers around occupied habitat were a deal breaker for me. I thought I said that really clearly, but apparently I didn't. Peter, at the beginning of this discussion, you asked if these changes would cause people to fall off of the agreement. I'm already off of the agreement. I'm not on board. And these changes are not nearly what's needed to get me back on board. We have a framework that would exclude cultural management and disturbance on 2/3 of the forest. It's not financially viable. And we're making some teeny tiny little changes of a few percentages here and there and allocations. That's going to have no significant difference on the tribe's ability to manage and use these lands. And it's going to have no significant difference on the financials. So I really feel like, I keep on going to these meetings and I feel like it's a total waste of my time. We're spending hours and hours and hours on these minute changes. And Vicky, I know that you've said that you don't want to tear this back to the studs and reevaluate the framework, but this entire framework was based on a financial analysis that was faulty at its core. We are back, that we have no option but to reevaluate the whole framework if we want to make this work. If we want to stay true to our original commitments, come up with something that works and is financially viable, we have to think about some serious changes. We can't just be changing an acre here and an acre there. Thanks.
So,
Well, I don't have to speak. I just wanted to follow up on comments.
I want you to do that. Paul is also, he's got to leave wants to do this last word.
Fast might turn it into a pumpkin time.
I also have something to let you know about point meetings, so
Okay,
shall we check now?
go ahead.
Okay, I've been consulting with our council and, you all want to meet independently to discuss the term sheet contract. And we can like do that and not have it be a, public meeting. But there's some caveats to that, so it's sort of like an executive session. But you cannot, reach a decision collectively and make a decision because you're not an official board. You are an advisory board until you become an official board. So you would provide input to me or Brett or Bill as to what you want. But you can't, remember at the retreat, you want to take votes. We took votes on some process, but you can't take a vote on, yes, we accept this contract.
We don't have the ability to make a decision, so
Yeah.
I don't know why we couldn't collectively come to an agreement on what we're thinking. So to advise you on.
What would you want us to hear before you walk on?
I don't know that I can add much at this point. The financials, it isn't pleasing me. It isn't getting my buy-in on the financials. The financials are what they are. And by adding the numbers tell me that they're not, it isn't viable. So it's
Having said that though, and Colin, having heard what you said as well on that topic, I'm curious about this. Sort of the two proposals on like heavy. The team has worked hard to address some of them, not gonna, but very clear, it's not all. Some of the issues that folks have raised. Has it helped at all? I mean, Tom's proposed something else.
I think we're trying to, we came up with the research model. And now we're trying to fit that very complicated research model into what the land base is turned into. And I don't know if that's possible. That we've got this triad approach, and now we're trying to make that triad fit the land base that we have. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. I think we need to manage more land. But I think anybody in this room would expect me to say that. That's what I'm here for.
And folks agreed to sort of the original proposal.
Yeah, and we agreed to that original proposal based on that it would pay for itself. That the finances were going to be there. That the science was, we're going to be able to do the science, and I think we've narrowed it down, whittled it down, and it is a sliver bomb. There's just not much management taking place here. And so at this point, if the finances are there, and you know, I'll stay on, but I don't think that I just my heart hurts there. The last run I did was pretty optimistic, and all the changes, I don't think they're there. I'm not stopping.
Nah, well, you say the finance is not there, you have to, propose a little more than current.
What's that?
When you say the finance is not there, you're talking about both proposals?
Both. Because the net change, there is no net change. In fact, I think there's, because of the age classes of what we're talking about putting in, I think there's a net decrease.
Yeah, a couple things. I was just going to say that,
And speak up, just say.
yeah, something that, you know, the obvious to everybody here, you know, we arrived at the design over a 3-year period of take and give and give and take and as we said over and over again, nobody got exactly what they wanted, you know, but it was a collaborative process that got us there. And as Colin suggested, the financial analyses were not totally accurate. Were the analysis that using the MVG modeling came in a bit optimistic, and so revising the financials based on a more conservative assessment gives us a leaner starting point for the research for us. But that secondary analysis of revisiting the costs associated with OSU's costs and like DSL estimated for the authorities costs, the executive director, etc. We've only done a simple couple of iterations on trying to address that, and so we would simply have to start at a leaner place than what was originally proposed. We created a research budget based on what was the estimated revenue, and it was too high for what can be generated based on the agreement that was arrived at by the group as a whole. We did not make those decisions based on finances. We did the finances after the design had been vetted through everybody. So that's a perspective, and I included, of course, Steve Andringa from CT Clusi. At the time, Colin was not participating in it. He may have, you know, vocally opposed it if he was on at that time. One might be different today because of that, but it was a different person in the room, and when we came to the agreement, and the board approved, the land board approved the research plan. The last thing I just wanted to go back to was Melissa's statement. I wish, Melissa, you could just make that statement one more time, because I'm not sure I caught that 100% with regard to minimization versus mitigation versus avoidance. You could just.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can type something up and share it with the group too that describes what it is, but mitigation is not the only way in which you can offset effects to the covered species in the HCP. You know, there's the process of avoiding take, you can minimize take, and you can mitigate take. And so when you what you want to do when doing your take analysis is look at that package in its entirety to show that you are offsetting the take that could occur over the course of the permit term. And as I mentioned previously, the CRW being designed the way it is and included as part of the covered activity, that then defines the way it will be managed, and it's going to be managed in accordance to that. So as the large reserve described in there, thereby sort of minimizing the take that could occur through the management structure that is set up.
So we're getting the minimization credit, but we're not getting mitigation credit for the rest of the forest where there's management taking place. And where we use that mitigation credit for overcoming concerns around the management, potential management.
Yes, and your mitigation would be equivalent to sort of the effects that remain after you avoid and minimize them. So, you know, you aren't the checkbook, you know, to go back to that, you want to balance that. And Fish and Wildlife Service is looking at that right now and how they're running that analysis. Like Brett said, we're actively talking to them about it. So I can't assume how they are going to look at it, but I think pretty soon here, we should have a better idea of the direction that that is going.
We need all, from my read on that is we need to have mitigation. Potentially with mitigation to be issued the incidental take permit based on the amount of protections that are in the MRW.
And you do have mitigation as well. Those are being applied through implementation of the conservation measures. So that is the mitigation that's additive to the avoidance and minimization that's occurring.
Right.
Well, that one thing we're excited is if the current approach is advanced, it's
The current, which just to, sorry, which one are the current one?
the draft HCP.
Yeah, as
Not the proposed.
not amended, yeah,
I mean, that is not just started conversations amongst this board, started conversations with this bridge based on their feedback, concerns around buffer issue as well. It wasn't just environmental letters that made this an issue. I mean, so I don't know where we land. I mean, PSL, I feel like we're sticking our neck out, and we will have to probably do that because of the timeline. And we'll have to fail on the timeline, in which case, if it's going to be fantastic, it's worried that these reports, or we put something forward that it sounds like folks on the board are questioning the value of it. But from what we've heard in negotiations around HCP, we're not imagining this fish, and the proposed approach, I don't think is imaginary as to the acres that it will result in the flexibility.
Say that again.
I mean, I think the numbers and the proposed changes are not imaginary in terms of what they would do around additional acres related to extensive or changes to address the flexibility concerns. I don't know if it can really end, but like if after the various years and amounts of dollar investment in the process, if we scrap the current HCP, I don't think who picks it up. It was gonna, like, there is an amendment process down the line with folks who are really not happy with it. And you all as an authority could amend it, but somebody's gonna have to pay for the process and try to do a better job.
I'm not getting this. I'm not getting. Maybe I'm not getting a general consensus that we scrap these. But
what I heard, I guess, Keith, was status quo, move forward, draft HCP.
Say that again.
What I heard was move forward with draft HCP, not the proposed approach. Those are the two things, I think, two pathways.
Right. The proposed approach you had today.
Proposed, yes.
Okay.
What draft HCP doesn't involve consolidated layer or any approach to addressing one issue at a time.
But that's not, but neither of those are scrapping these, right?
No, it's not correct. It's not taking, we're not taking these to the table. It's just, how does the current approach address the regulatory context and for around desires for change?
So what, so give me a real quick. What are the concerns you hear from the regulator? I've just been focused on concerns. The feedback. So what are the concerns of the regulatory? And that exists about the current instance.
But there was an impression, so there was an impression about this before there
It's the buffer.
It's about, okay.
That's what I thought, to your question, I want to reiterate, the environmental community did not raise that issue. We thought the buffers were there. We had two issues around burlesque. One was concern about the mapping that, whether it was capturing the contiguous habitat. And that was the one that we went into the HCP with, and we flagged for OSU. We became aware of the buffer issue. We thought they were there, so we weren't gonna raise it. We became aware of it because US Fish and Wildlife Service raised it in their EVA document. And then we said, wait a second, is this accurate? Not buffers were there, Fish and Wildlife Service had it wrong. And then this is what we got there. But this wasn't, I want to be clear, this wasn't triggered because the virus suddenly popped out with this as a surprise thing. We were surprised when we saw it. But they can't do it on their own.
We're paying a lot of money to ICF to carry this HCP forward. I'm not backing out at this point. I have spent a lot of money.
So
Not me personally, but I've spent on the school fund money, we've spent some grant money, we got $2 million, I recall early on, boy, we've blown through that, this HCP a long time ago. So, we're putting an HCP in on the 15th. Now, if we need to incorporate some of these changes, I'd like to do that. But there has to be changes on all sides here. Tom, I don't know, I don't know that you can sit there and say you can't change that triad.
I'm not saying you can't change it. I'm saying that the changes that are being proposed don't really do much. They're not accomplishing the objectives at hand. And it opens up that slippery slope. Well, you changed it now, but we'd like to add, a whole host of changes to that.
But not by 15.
Not by the 15th.
Right? If we got it.
We have a foundational document that we all agreed upon. That was approved by the land board, which is the research. And that is what we should be operating from in terms of trying to achieve inclusion of the HC. And recognizing that there is this issue around buffers. And okay, if there are, and the consolidated layer and the reserves, the managed reserves, that there is not that much acreage that's going to end up being going into additional buffers, that at least not based on that. And if we do in those areas of concern, survey and manage, which people are saying, oh, well, that's take avoidance. Well, it is to some degree, but it's only in a limited set of acreage where we're trying to be sensitive to where there may be, where there's likely to be perlet occupied, perlet habitat. And it's appropriate to not ignore that, but rather to survey and then buffers necessary, and then use the partials as our means of addressing that down the road, because they weren't incorporated into the actual design.
But the draft HCP doesn't include the consolidated bid. It wouldn't.
As it currently exists today, it does not. These changes attempted to make that change. He's been working on this for, I don't know.
That's what I said.
Well, no, this is.
Yeah, I know.
It's totally about where.
Well, and then we have the tribe that doesn't like any of it. So I'm quite not sure where we're going here.
I don't think we have time for, I appreciate the potential value. We gotta figure out where to go, and I gotta have 10 minutes for public comment, so. Mike,
Just real quick, so really what we're looking, my mind is balancing is the forward with the risk on that is that service comes back and says, okay, we do this incidental take permit, and as part of the requirements of that, now require buffers on these acres. we go with the revised version. And Fish and Wildlife gives us the. And so I'll take it on that. My understanding, anyway, from my understanding of the correctly, that there's fewer buffers. Less restrictions on some of those areas. But in the end, we really don't know. What restrictions on there.
We know more about other feeling, what they compare to craft. Can we use consolidating?
So you have talking.
Yes, it's like embedding around.
It flies.
They can't be decisional about, but yes,
They said it's moving in the direct direction. That's what they said.
I'm asking him to try.
I guess so. I mean, can I make a friendly, I think like what you're laying out, so the considerations and trade-offs. Aside from US fish, I think it's the question of whether the application keeps moving it forward, keeps everybody on board. Granted, it is less stress on the research. But I don't know if the rest of the timeline for when the conservation of financials. And I don't know if the proposed HCP, and I guess some of what I'm hearing is quite attempt to make a difference that you to the social fabric between law and expected.
So it sounds like, from the standpoint of trying to at least move the HCP forward, that adopting what you described as kind of those changes has our best chance of achieving. And I don't know
From a regulatory
perspective. And I don't know the degree that it modifies some of these other things or really affects financial viability. It sounds like it's maybe improving it, but we don't know really if it's significant or not. But nonetheless, I guess just from the ACB standpoint, and realizing, well, it's probably positive on financial, it does provide more extensive. So that, I mean, that would be my recommendations personally.
Bob, your win.
Yeah, and I think that there's a couple of things to consider when you use fish mod. When they use on HCP as a practical standard, but it's practical in terms of and I think as a factual matter, the amount of take, now that we have the information we have, regardless of how we got it, without the buffers and knowing that there's more habitat than the original mapping showed, that has to be factored in. I mean, whether we do anything about it or not, it has to be factored in. And if we don't put it back, the take level is going to go up significantly. And I think
Without the buffers.
without the buffers and without
Using the new.
without a paper map. So basically just correct things just so that they're accurate based on the information we now have. The take level will be much higher than what we would have anticipated it would have been initially. And that's a matter for Fish and Wildlife Service to determine whether it's practical. I also think it's litigatable though as well. Then, you know, given the public investment, this is a public forest, and that it can be done. It's a reasonable thing to do for burlesque on this forest. So I think there's a two-step here. One is to get the Fish and Wildlife Service. Two, does it get through a court channel potentially?
So it's a lot, I just, being a layman. You're saying that the consolidated version doesn't, or may not meet that reasonable standard and under review by.
It's a Fish and Wildlife judgment call, yeah, so I think, and I'm not assuming what they're gonna come down with their new signal, but yes, that's too much take on a public forest, the public has invested in and so on and so forth.
Under which scenario?
Under the original.
The draft. So not.
Yeah, the opposite.
Oh, so the
Consolidated layer and
Solid, yeah,
higher
the
level.
proposal today is better for sure
from a murrelet perspective, from a murrelet perspective. So,
And that. You good with that?
I would live with it.
Okay, no, that's exactly the answer I want, right? Because that's not good with it, because I don't think, none of us are good with where we are, right? We're trying to find something that we can all live with.
Right, and I have a hard time, yes, I mean, I think it's. What I have some questions about, I want to understand how many acres are actually unbuffered, so there's still some. Working out, but yeah, I think it's getting in the right direction, that's why we've been working on it, especially with the recycling church here, and Brett, right, the last one was been a month nonstop.
Okay, then I'm just gonna ask a couple questions here, right?
That's great, and then Shannon's gonna come.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Shannon a question. And so, Brett, you think that you're easily confident in the Fish and Wildlife play
Relative to the other option.
relative to the other option.
All I'm saying is, and there are other board interests.
Okay, and then
All interested in
and then-
regulatory side.
for you, and then honestly, right now, you and Brian, Shannon, and you guys are some reasonable belief that it improves financial.
My take is when you look at the acreage changes, and see what,
Even if it's a little.
yeah, my take is there would be, it needs to be outlined, but there would be an ethic given the nature of the, net plus, given the nature of the changes. I think the big wild card factor is whether these acres in the consolidated layer when surveyed are all occupied, 50% occupied, somewhere different.
Right?
Sorry, I am distracted by.
That's okay, slow down, where we at? And with the consolidated, with the new one, so in your sense is that there's some revenue.
I think some slight.
Shannon?
On the financial question,
It's not safe.
I don't necessarily foresee a significant financials from it. I think, right, it's sort of plus or minus.
Is it a permitting?
Is it a what?
Permitting.
That's,
Regulatory.
I don't have the expertise to say whether it's a regulatory. I do
Hold
know
on,
that-
yeah, nice. Sorry.
I do know that those conversations have been happening with Fish and Wildlife, but that's a determination that they need to make. The other point way back, which this may have passed, but I just wanted to clarify when we were talking about the consolidated layer. That identifies more of the interior habitat, right? Then you have these smaller areas, which in one of the slides that went up today were called stringers. Those are have other protections on them if they're not contained within other habitat, like MRW reserves. They're not interior habitat, they're so small, but they have other protections because of the research design. And then you can factor in things like the MRW reserves. So that's what creates more of the continuity that I think Brett was pointing out on the map earlier, and Teresa had taken a close look at it, and Bob as well, and those are conversations that we can look at together. The pieces that are not buffered through the consolidated layer, the occupied, the reserves, those are existing edges. So there's areas where there's intensive up against occupied habitat or younger extensive. So that's where the difference is between what the consolidated layer captures and this network. The additional areas that are not buffered right now are existing edges, so they're already there. I don't know if that's helpful for thinking about the difference between what we've been talking about today.
So, Ryan,
No, I got to see that at the table, I'm sorry, trying hard. No. Mike, do you have anything you want to add in terms of your perspective on it? Or the options?
The options that presented, taking into consideration as I'm okay with revised version.
Well, I'm not, I'm just not clear. That's, well, I don't have a problem with the revised version, like, it's fine, we could go with it. I don't see that we're benefiting a lot from it if we were with other amendments that we've been discussing, that, I just don't see that there's a huge benefit from it. There's not going to be a large financial benefit. There is the buffering question that's being addressed, but I don't think that you're going to see a financial difference that's going. And this is also going to require modeling effort on our part to update based on these changes, and we're limited. So my proposal to stick with the existing design was more of simplicity and out of not beginning to change, because then we open floodgates to board members feeling that that's a legitimate thing. We can just go in and start to dismantle. Once we do that, it's a slippery slope, because you set that as a foundational document. This is what guides. I think what you proposed are pretty modest changes, and I can live with them. But I just don't think they're going to accomplish the things that, so we're accomplishing conservation improvements, and we create a new set of challenges from just getting these
Nobody's voting at this point anyway. So, Brett, you look like you have something.
Well, thank you, because I think everybody can where OSU is on this, and so being honest about it. This simple life. I guess, Peter, the larger financial questions still there, and despite difference of opinion about how much or whether, and so how much of it's based on the acreage reallocations. I think it's been made clear, like by Tom and Paul, they've got larger financial issues faced them that are not resolved by the approach, and they're not resolved by the approach. So there's still that.
To be clear, the intent wasn't to do that.
No, I tried to make an presentation as a pathway forward, knowing that this long history of the Elliott has been much of the social balance as a quantitative or legal approach.
Those financial questions are going to linger.
I think you can expect stuff to be on upcoming agendas. And Colin, I don't know if you're still on, but wanted you to know that your comments were heard, and I know there's more discussions, consultation front tomorrow with both, I think tomorrow, DSL and OSU as well. So more to come there, and probably more, another forum for conversations to advance hopefully.
Teresa just put a comment in the chat.
Oh, Teresa's. Welcome, Teresa. Are you in a place that you want to make a statement here before we end? And for members of the public, I don't think we ended up not having public comment. Submit it other way.
Your service may not be.
Can you just read it?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me good enough. I just got on the phone maybe like a half hour ago. Um, so yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just stuck a comment in the chat. I really appreciate everybody's input and Brett and OSU's work on all of this to try to address concerns. I think that whatever path we take, it does, and I think Bob touched on this a little bit, make sense to use the updated model for the HCP. Otherwise, it just seems kind of silly at this point as we have new data that is much more accurate. So I think that the proposed changes, there's some parts of it that I think make more sense than others, but moving forward with that as opposed to the draft HCP as it was with an outdated model and without buffers, I think that biologically it makes more sense, and it does also address some of the other concerns related to more flexibility in management and like rotation ages and some of the financial offsets to habitat protection. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Thanks, Teresa. And I also note that Jennifer, I think, had to drop off, and Melissa.
I just want to make clear that I was never saying that we should stick with the draft HCP. I said with the original design of the research proposal, just to be clear. There are changes to the HCP, the modifications to the HCP that I was the changes.
I think I'm clear, but I'm still confused about how the consolidated layer comes in based on what we were talking
Well, how about this?
about. Yeah, we can.
Why don't we
talk about it.
Yeah, why don't we adjourn for the day?
You want an update on the
No.
legislative stuff?
We're gonna send it. You have any public comment? I mean, there was nobody that sent out. Clarified already.
We'll take 30 seconds.
All right, 30 seconds.
Senate Bill 161 is on the calendar in the Senate whenever they get back to work, and it'll be under propositions and motions to concur and go first because it's on proper motions. House Bill 5048 is your ESRFA bridge funding for 18 months. That's about 4.1 million in its general fund. So that made me happy. That is in full Ways and Means tomorrow night at 5. I don't expect any problem. And so then once that passes, it goes to the floor first for a vote and then the Senate for a vote. And that's all I have on that. Carbon RFP, you guys have a report, quick, Bill.
Yeah, so RFP's out. We actually have 2 sets of questions for those who came yesterday, so we'll respond to those.
Okay.
The schedule is the bid opening. That the building assessment you should have and basically first week.
Okay.
60 days, maximum 60 days.
And for me, that helps the financials, because I have to make a decision whether this thing is financially viable. And then carbon could potentially add to that. Shutter Creek conversations are ongoing. We finally got that damn grant figured out, and I don't care if I'm on record as saying damn grant, because I feel like it right now. It was a high grant, and the names got mixed up between DAS and DSL. It got resolved today during this meeting. So I'm happy now after many hours of feeling good. And did you want to address that? Sorry, I need help. Okay, that's all we've got from us. And like I said, if you want to get together and talk about the management agreement, y'all can do that, and we don't have to make it a public hearing. But we should have a DSL representative because you're providing advice to the department.
There is a consultation with the competitor shop tomorrow, and yeah, the startup cost won't work again, but we'll get something out that collectively
across DSL and OSU. Doing some work around updating what we think. That's part of the cost, being broad initiative for sure, it's not just OSU, but actually tribe.
It's good news if you do that. Yeah, it's a good way to start.
Yeah, needed to end on a good note.
Thanks,
And my understanding OSU is also having a consultation with the tribe.
Yeah.
Right before we do. Okay,
Thanks, everybody.
thank you.
Sorry, you all. Thanks, everybody.